The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Come on, brothers and sisters, y'all know what to do. Hit the like button. Let's go. Come on, hit the like button. Come on.
Yo, I've been living at the bottom with my hand on your heel. When I walk strong enough to put my hand on your ear. And nobody knows me better than my nostrils. So when I say something, boy, best believe I prosper. Ariaga Ball came and caught him off a glow while you was drunk off of alcohol, partying like a star. That money tree scared cause he saw me with a star. Standing tall, time to cut you down. Sorry, I'm in charge. You messing with the line rat. This ain't no scaredy cat. Trying to catch me unexpected, baby. I'm expecting that. Bet you that you don't wanna come down to my level. I'ma humble you. One you I'm walking around with a shovel. You don't regard the poor, probably why they wanna jack you. They tired of bird feet, scraps.
Come on, hit the like button. Come on in.
You would think that this fool's fine. Now you're traveling the space to go and still a moonshine. But I'ma bring you down.
Shining for a while, living above the clouds. But I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground. With a lot of pride.
They're ruling with a lot of pride.
In the sky. But I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you're on the
Bridge post got me walking like a madman. Never really wanna see your brother stand up. I'm posted up like a lampstand. I bring 'em
Come
down
on
like a
in.
champ, man. By they pride, I see in they eyes that I'm the last man. I bring them down like the two twin towers. Run up on and introduce you to my two twin powers. Walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Worst enemies, my enemies, so I
Come
can handle
on.
myself. Y'all made me this way. Today is this day. That nobody gon' stop me, y'all disabled this
Get it,
day.
Malak.
The queen of Babylon don't wanna play with this. Hey, King Kong, ready for war, you ain't gon' make an escape. Equip banana clip, lasers, tasers, but just wait. I get revenge at the end, so you making a mistake. Strap tails, prepared and heavy, ready for that day. Checkmate anybody that wanna step in my way, cuz.
shining for a while.
Hit the like button.
Living above the clouds. But I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground. With a lot of pride. Trying to live in the sky. But I'ma bring you down. Ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground.
That's right. The Most High is going to bring them down. He ain't going to stop until they're underground. Warning to the stars. What a perfect introduction for this broadcast this evening. That's right. What is the United States doing? What are their plans for outer space? Well, if you don't know, this night, this broadcast is where everyone needs to be. What is the United States doing out in outer space while distracting the world by sleight of hand? Oh, we're going to go into it tonight, folks. Do we have some news as well as some scriptures for you this evening, breaking this down? It'll shock some of you. Some of you will realize we've been talking about this for a long time, brothers and sisters. And yes, we are here. Warning to the stars, those who are going to the stars. That's the song. Okay? Mike Allah killed that track. I mean, he put his foot up in that. Ariah, Malak, and Yahwadah. I'm going to play the whole thing a little later so you all can hear it. I just wanted to use it for a intro in lieu of our particular topic tonight. Good evening, brothers and sisters. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for your presence. And you will not be disappointed. You will not be disappointed tonight. We're going in. What is the United States doing in outer space? We're going to go there. Now, before I go there, let me give y'all some insight to the fact that we're coming, really, unfortunately, to the close of our Hebrew Bible Academy. We have 2 more weeks before it ends, and then up starts another one, June 25th, where we'll be dealing with not only bibliography or the Bible, but we'll also be going into archaeology and history with brand new lessons, okay? One lesson that we're going to do in particular, okay, that I'm excited about while teaching week 2, Tracing the Serpent Seed, next academy. We're going to dive into the fall of the gods, showing that it's not just a biblical narrative of the angels coming down, dealing with people, bringing forth Nephilim. We're going to go into secular history. We're going to, outside the Bible, the Gentiles' history and their religions concerning the fallen gods. A lot of people, that's right, folks. Even when you look at the Derma Temple, the temple of the East Indians, well, that's one of the key points of the polytheism they follow, which is the worship of all these gods who came down in the beginning. But it so happens that in their narrative at the very end, they will fight with those gods against our God. The Derma Temple of the East Indians. Yeah, they're being religiously groomed into becoming Satan's soldiers on earth to fight for what's coming outside the sky. It's in their religion. That and more will be actually highlighted in the next academy, showing you that the fall of the gods are real. The Catholic Church have been hiding it, that they really serve those gods who have fallen. And all of the nations who worship these different gods, that's right, folks, are being groomed within this earth under Satan's agenda, the principalities and powers of the air, to fight against what's coming out of the sky. And this is why they've all united against us, because they know what's coming out of the sky is coming to save us, to establish a kingdom for us. That and more in the next academy. You don't want to miss it. Okay, so we're going to also touch on a war in heaven at the very end of the academy. Okay, that war in heaven, which is that war that will culminate after all the nations have united one army in the earth. We're going to be talking about that week 12 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy, judgment of the nations, but judgment of the gods also. We're going to also have a lesson during the time that we discuss the split between Israel and Judah, okay? Usually we just go into how the kingdom split under Solomon. Then Christ would come and prophesy that he would actually gather us together. And then we begin to go into some history of how the North American Indians and others, the indigenous people of North, Central, and South America, traveled over into the Americas. But there's a key piece that we hardly touch on in the academy that we'll do the next academy, which is what? Breaking down the kings of Israel, good and evil, with the timelines, the archaeology, and the history, so that brothers and sisters can understand how the children of Israel has fallen, why we're fallen to such depths, and what kings were in place during ancient history and biblical times. So we're going to go into that. What was going on with the kings that eventually led to the fall of our people. The good and bad kings in the split between Israel and Judah. I hope you all are there. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Now that concludes that. I wanted to get that out of the way real quick. Let's jump right into it, brothers and sisters. Please hit the like button. We're getting shadow banned like you wouldn't believe, okay? Shadow banned. They're trying to block people, unsubscribe people, all of that. But I'll tell you what you can do to help us at the end of this particular lesson so that we can get these numbers up and get to the people before they begin to shut things down, okay? Right now, they're just dealing with the level of censorship, but it won't be long before they just strictly won't allow anyone with what I would say objective opinion who believe in the Bible to be on these platforms. Hence the reason why they began to take all of mainstream media's personalities and give them podcasts. Out of nowhere, they done segue the whole mainstream media into podcasts where they must do a podcast in order to be a part of a mainstream network. Well, that's not by mistake, brothers and sisters. That's not by mistake. They're slowly moving them in, knowing that no one is listening to them anymore. And they're going to make rules where people like us and those who are speaking freely against the evil will have no platform, or dissenting, as they would view, a dissenting voice against evil. So soak it up now, take full advantage of this now while we have this opportunity, not just hear our Sabbath lessons as well as the Hebrew Bible Academy while there's opportunity. Now, by the way, I would like to say, Elder REI, if you out there, brother, I really love you and I thank you. I love you and I thank you. Not only is that song good, you did One Into the Stars. You've always been a respectful, loyal brother. And that class you did, that talk you did last night, I listened to it. And brother, not only do I love you, I'm proud of you. Because in the midst of everything that's going on in the earth today, right now, I believe you hit the hammer on the nail in bringing things back into perspective. All right. And I thank you, brother, for that class last night. That class was very, very, for those who understand the spiritual water, nourishing. It was nourishing. So I can't come up with a better word. Thank you, REI, for your continued support and everything you've always done and will continue to do. Right? There's much work to finish. Now, jumping right in. Warning to the stars. One other thing I would like to talk about, and I'm going to bring Elder Lawyer in for this. Right? I told everybody when they were during 20 and 2021 that when the whole world was lockstep into getting everyone under some medical procedure, that after this, we're going to see anomalous, unexplained criminality, mental behavior, as well as unexplained crimes and murders. I told people, whoever fall under Satan's vibration to be controlled by the principalities of the power of the air will be controlled, and then we'll begin to see people act out on the loony side of things to a degree where it's unexplained. So I believe they're doing this intentionally folks, is being done intentionally to allow so much commotion in the earth that we're distracted from what's going on. Okay, from what's really going on out there. And they'll circle around later once they've united their armies and just brush up on those. And brush up on those who are fighting against themselves. See? They're causing toxicity. They're causing all types of behavior situations that would make it where there's commotions and battles so that people will dust off each other. Light work. Satan would have the people fight against one another, then come around after the majority of the earth has been weakened psychologically and physically from fighting, and at that point they'll dust off the rest. If you want to know why they're talking about the LGBTQ in the week, teaching your children in kindergarten and all this other stuff, psychological warfare, weaken you. While they're pitting one side against the other and all these things to make people one side, the red side, feel a certain type of way against the blue side and vice versa. It's to do what? To have civilians of the earth fight one another and weaken you. Even in the midst of people bringing out innuendo, one-sided accounts to try to indirectly attack the church, including myself. But if you notice that I don't deal with any level of retaliation because I understand what people are being drawn into, because I said it years ago that this is where we would be. Emotions heightened and people would be battling against each other, nonsense for no reason, not following any scripture, triggered, impulsive, being drawn in to be drawn out into a battle they'll lose. So if I said it that it would happen, and we're living in that time now, now they have let people outside. The news told you can go outside. Why would I get drawn into a provocation that I talked about would happen in the earth a couple of years ago? The earth has gone mad. Okay? The earth is gone mad, and guess what? If you're easily triggered, impulsive, and don't follow scriptures where it says, before two or more witnesses, let all things be established. And if you don't check and verify first and get drawn out, then guess what? If you're drawn out, people will see, and it'll be revealed, the spirit that was hidden. Because if you follow scripture and protocol, right? You follow scripture and protocol, there'll be no issue there. Hold on. There'll be no issue there. And you'll be found innocent before getting impulsive and putting yourself out there. Looking bad. Impulsive looking bad because you heard something and jumped out with it unverified. I told people, folks, years ago when they let people back outside, we're going to witness what? We're going to witness chaos. Okay? And I would be a fool falling for things that I said, falling into the commotion that I talked about in our lesson during 2020 and 2021, the calm before the storm. I knew when they started letting people out, people were going to go buck wild. So I'll be a fool to jump into a fray with anyone, knowing that this is the groundwork. This is the groundwork that leads to commotion that Satan created. Right? Chaos is the word. You're right. So now, speaking of chaos, emails came and someone shot me the video during the time of the academy. And it showed a commotion between, I think, Israelite United in Christ and the Israeli School of UPK or Church of UPK, whichever name Johanna have taken on from the past schools that no longer exist. And it didn't exist. It was totally done until it was resurfaced under Johanna. So I think it's Israeli School of UPK. I might be mistaken. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, before YouTube, all of that was finished and resurfaced after YouTube. But anyway, I'm talking about in particular when it comes to national notoriety like we see today. So it was sent to me about what in Kansas City, how there was commotions between two separate groups who believe supposedly in the same God and understand they're Israelites. And some people wanted me to make a comment on it, right? But the only comment I have is these particular scriptures. First and foremost, a nation divided against itself cannot stand. That's what Christ stated, right? But all in all, there's a message, a general message that we can all take, we can all learn from and move forward carefully in understanding. And that's the only thing I'm going to speak about that particular instance. It so happens that for those who didn't know this, brothers and sisters, last Tuesday in our weekly elders meeting, I told Elder Lawyer and I said, listen, make sure we make an announcement. Make sure we make an announcement for all those of the Gathering of Christ Church who teach on the street to be careful. Whether it be government or others, they're seeking a provocation to put a negative spin on Israelites to change laws. I'm like, we're not dealing with no provocations. And if it happens, pack up and leave. That was Tuesday in our meeting. And then on the weekend, I get a video sent that two camps done fought one another. Or one apprehended and held down or detained another, whichever way someone would like to view it or put it. Right? We're in those commotions, folks. I'm not going to get drawn into them. Right? So let's give a biblical perspective to all of this real quick, and then we'll dive into the broadcast. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder Lawyer.
Shalom. Shalom.
Okay, real quick, there's two scriptures I want to pull out strictly because people are asking about this thing, and I'm going to just deal with it. Let's go to Romans 13 and 11 real quick. Because it more so speaks to the times we're in. It more so speaks to the times we're in and how we are to operate circumspectly with these spirits antagonizing and coaxing people into commotions, like I've mentioned last Sabbath. One of the signs written of in 3rd Baruch, or is it 2nd Baruch? But
Second Baruch.
2nd Baruch, yeah. Let's go to Romans 13, Elder Lawyer. What can we learn from this?
Yes, sir.
And guess what? We're going to spend all of 3 minutes on this. We have a broadcast to do. All right. Let's go to Romans 13. Right? Hold on. One second. Let me pull you in here, Elder Lawyer. There you go. Elder Lawyer, let's get Romans 13 and let's read the 11th verse, because this is more so a message for those out here seeing this, witnessing this. Okay? How are they to take it, and what are they to do with what we're witnessing in the earth right now? And what not to do. Let's read Romans 13 and 11. Read that.
Yes, sir. Romans 13, verse number 11. And that knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of sleep. For now is our salvation nearer than when we believed.
It says, in that knowing the time and now, that it is high time to awake out of sleep. For now is our salvation nearer than when we believed. Read.
Verse 12. The night is far spent.
The night is far spent.
The day is at hand.
The day is at hand. Read.
Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness, and let us put on the armor of light.
The armor of light. Now, when a soldier goes out to war, he's shored up. He makes sure he have his shin guards on, his breastplate so that no one can stab him in the heart, his helmet so that if anything happened, it doesn't take away his cognitive ability to escape or to advance. He makes sure before he go out into a fight, he's fully armored with light. Right? You're fully armored with the light. And this have been our theme, light against darkness, for the last 3 months. Okay? And the Holy Spirit give us this understanding on what to go into and what to bring forth in the earth in any particular time, to warn us not to go into the darkness. To when the darkness come, understand that we're the light that shines on the darkness, not the other way around. We're not going to dim our light to become dark, evil, divisive. So we put on the armor of light. How do you fight darkness? I'll tell you how you fight darkness. It happened when I came in this room. I came in the room and I flicked on the light. Right? Let us put on the armor of light. An example I can give you. If you're going to shine a light on anything, the Bible states, before 2 or more witnesses, let all things be established. Anything outside of that is darkness. 13, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 13. Let us walk let us walk honestly as in the day, and not in rioting.
Not in what?
Not in rioting.
Not in rioting. Now let's get that real quick. In the Greek, not in rioting. Rioting. A carousel, as if a letting loose, revelings, rioting. It breaks down, it goes right into to commotions. We should understand Satan is trying to lure us in to these commotions. And what?
Let us walk honestly as in the day, not in rioting and drunkenness.
And in drunkenness, getting drunk. Okay? And operating outside of a sober mind. Read.
Not in chambering and wantonness.
Not in chambering and wantonness. Chambering is hooking up. Bed. Chambering. This is why in this world they've allowed OnlyFans and all these other things to become easy accessible to destroy the morality of the country. Read. And wantingness.
And wantonness.
Wantonness is the spirit of lasciviousness. Also, it goes into causing dissent. Filthy. Read.
Not in strife.
Not in strife.
And envying.
And and what?
And envying.
And envying. Envying others. So it highlights who would be operating in the dark. Cut on the light. And walk in to the light. Don't let no one bring you into darkness. And it says, but put ye on the Lord Yeshua Christ, and make not provisions for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. So usually when things like that happens, it becomes a conversation as a form of distraction. Because the Bible states, a matter of fact, Elder Lawyer, let's get it in the book of Proverbs.
Yes, sir.
I can show you better than I can tell you.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 6:16.
Okay, let me grab it. Let's grab it. Proverbs 6:16. Read it.
These 6 things doeth the Lord hate.
So God does hate. These 6 things do the Lord hate. Read.
Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him.
Come on.
A proud look.
A proud look.
A lying tongue.
A lying tongue. And that goes down to a liar. A liar never seeks what? A liar never seeks peace. A liar would like to deal only with one side of things, so that what? They'll be justified in their actions. Only to be able, they want to cause the commotion, but only to reel it back and say, well, oh, my fault. I didn't know. My bad. If I would have known, then I wouldn't have caused all this crap. See? A lying tongue feeds off of living on one side without any verification. Okay? Because that's why the Bible states, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. How can you make sure that particular scripture is followed? Before 2 or more witnesses, let all things be established. See? But a lying tongue is a person who will use one side and be like, well, listen, I just went off of what I heard. Right? That's a lying tongue because they knew they were wrong. A lying tongue. Read.
And hands that shed innocent blood.
And hands that what?
And hands that shed innocent blood.
Because that's what happens with the lying tongue. They're seeking to put something out there in the air so that not that they'll do something, but that it will urge someone else to act on their behalf against their enemy. See? You'll use other people to do it because there's no other way. You can't justify doing it yourself. So you need a proxy. A proxy to utilize so that blood can be shed. Liars are dangerous. Read.
Verse 18. And heart that deviseth wicked imaginations.
Read.
Feet that be swift in running to mischief.
That's important right there, brothers and sisters, in the midst of what's going on with Israelites fighting and all this other stuff. Because immediately it becomes what they call the rumor mill, the tea, and now everyone is talking about it. Feet be swift, running to mischief. And that's why some people be titling their stuff after us and all that to get some views. Because if they think that there's some mischief or some rumor mill or some evil going on, they'll finally get some attention. And this is why I wasn't going to focus on the Israelite battle thing, because everybody run into it, not realizing what's going on in the earth right now. I'm going to show you tonight what the evildoers have been distracting us from. Because he wants the commotion so that the earth can weaken one another, the people, and then they can turn around and brush off those who are left who are too tired of fighting. Well, guess what? That means you pick your battles wisely to have strength enough for the final battle. Huh? See? See? There's many battles. There's many battles within a war, but at the end, Christ wins the war. Well, if he can exhaust us, Satan on this earth, psychologically, physically, and otherwise, and make us spiritually exhausted to the point of even giving up, then he don't have to worry about us at the very end with Christ crushing him. So we, children of light, must pick our battles. What? Strategically, and not be swift, run into mischief. Run into mischief. Read 19. And this is one thing God hates. And this is the one above them all. The 19th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 19. A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
And he that soweth discord amongst brethren, who would use their mouth to divide and not gather in such a time as this, who will seek to find something or to bring something that they would think is provocative that would divide people instead of gathering them. Christ, God, hates this sin above them all. Someone who would bring a false witness to speak lies unconfirmed, so that in the event to cast doubt amongst those who are believers. That's the Bible right there. That's why you brothers and sisters have to wake up and stop running. If you know someone that only talks about divisive and darkness and talking about other people, they have no work. So you're going to get pulled into their darkness, which will stumble you, which will have it where now you're not sure whether or not you can go forward because you trusted in the body that was sustaining us all. You have to look at what people are talking about and see what are their true motives. Is it for the kingdom, or is it knocking backward? And if so, it's what God hates. A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. At the end of the day, you can't fix nothing from the outside. No one can fix anything from the outside. The only thing you can do is sow discord and nitpick and cause division. And I'm putting this out there for you brothers and sisters right now. Stop running the mischief. Stop giving these people their 1 hour or 2 hours of attention, only for them to dwindle back to nothing. The story ends, and then people go back to their lives. Stop giving these people that. And this is why I wasn't going to go all the way into and make a full broadcast off of two Israelite groups battling one another, because I know that this is the beginning of something that Satan has created, not just to go against them, but anyone who believe they're Israelites. And I'll keep that there. Anything you have to say, Elder Lawyer, before I segue into what is the United States planning for outer space?
No, sir. No, sir. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Let's go. Let's go. Fair use. Fair use. Tell me if you can hear this when it plays, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
All right. Fair use. How many of you all remember this?
Until now, our mission has been that of space law regulation, contact with Earth colonies, and investigation of alien life.
Fair use.
But now, a new task. A probe out into where no man has gone before.
Fair use.
Space. The final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations.
Educational use only, fair use. Remember this, folks?
To boldly go where no man has gone before.
Space, the final frontier.
Fair use.
These are the continuing voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Their ongoing mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life forms and new civilizations.
New life forms and civilizations.
To boldly go where no man has gone before.
To boldly go where no man has gone before, brothers and sisters. Gene Roddenberry, a top warlock. When you do the research on Gene Roddenberry, he was seriously into the occult, into spirits who gave him insight to these particular alleged episodes that became Star Trek. The United States traveling, or the world federations of the earth traveling out into space for a unified purpose. But it so happens, brothers and sisters, it's prophetic. Let me show you what's going on while everyone out there were distracted. May 24th, 2023 by Scott McFarlane. CBS News. And folks, you noticed last week Satan tried to throw a distraction? And the same time Satan tried to throw a distraction last week, we did a preparation for Patreon. I've told people years ago to make sure in the event of an emergency, an EMT or electric going out, that they are to have, if they can afford, a satellite phone for at least 1 or 2 phone calls that will be needed at that time. So while everyone was dealing with the distraction, I jumped right back in to continue what the Most High called me to do in preparing the people. And look at what happened. Looky here. I've told people years about satellite phones, and look at your government. Ask the question, why are they purchasing these satellite phones? Senators issued satellite phones, offered demonstrations on upgraded security devices. Amid growing concerns of security risks to members of Congress, over 50 senators have been issued satellite phones for emergency communication. People familiar with the measures told CBS News the devices are part of a series of new security measures being offered to senators by the Senate Sergeant at Arms, who took over shortly after the assault on the United States Capitol January 6, 2021, excuse me. The satellite phone technology has been offered to all 100 senators. CBS News has learned at least 50 have accepted the phones, which Senate administrative staff recommended senators keep in close proximity during their travels. In testimony before the Senate Appropriations Committee last month, Senate Sergeant at Arms Karen Gibson said satellite communication is being deployed to ensure redundant and secure means of communication during a disruptive event. A disruptive event. So what are they planning? In which they'll be able to communicate while the whole world sits in silence with no technology. I know exactly what's going on, folks. Another event is coming. Gibson said the phones are a security backstop in the case of an emergency that takes our communications in part of America. An emergency that takes out communications, your phones, and part of America. So the disruptive event is what they say they're planning for. In the next paragraph, they state what they're planning for. So the government already has their communication in place. It so happens, all praises be to the Most High, I've been warning people about this well before the cold. To have emergency satellite phones, to make at least 2 or 3 phone calls to make moves. And now, the government have put out in the media that there will be an event that will cut off all communications. Why? Why are they seeking to cut off communications? Well, brothers and sisters, the communications have been used not just on their side, but on our side to come together to realize that they've been playing all of us against one another. See? When they can no longer control the scenario, they shut it down. In part of America, federal funding will pay for the satellite airtime needed to utilize the phone devices. So their communication will be paid by taxpayers' money. A Department of Homeland Security advisory and satellite phones are a tool from responding to and coordinating government services in the case of a man-made or natural disaster that wipes out communication. So, Elder Lawyer, I have more. What are they doing out in space? Well, they put up the satellites, digital angels, for a form of communication and made it where some people in the know will be able to communicate without others. That's one piece that I have as a talking point. Right? One moment. Let me put you in real quick. Let me put you in because I want to cover it all. I have some talking points here to the next bullet point in a second. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in lieu of this, what happens when chaos has ensued and people have been drawn on either side of enemy lines, and now there's no phone calls, no phones to record anything or to do anything? when the lights go out. What is that, Elder Lawyer? Well, I would suppose if the lights go out, I know when I was in North Philadelphia and all that, it gave opportunity to get some free stuff. Right? So rioting, like we were mentioning. But what if someone had an opportunity to get rid of an enemy under the cover of darkness and not serve one day because the communications are down and no police can be communicated with to save you?
Right.
Huh? That's the perfect opportunity for someone to say, okay, here's an enemy. Let's deal with that enemy now while the lights are out. Right? Wars, rumors of wars, and all these others. And this is why I was speaking of alternative food, what to do in the midst of an emergency. Like the churches, we all communicate and understand in an emergency, this is what we do. Okay? This is how we come together. This is how we save those who are within the body. Right? And had many circumstances and events since overseas to prepare us for such times that are coming soon to America. Right? Now there's one other thing. So this is nothing but, I believe, an engineered purge. And hence the reason, brothers and sisters, we're living in a time, and I'm so glad the Most High allowed things to happen, where you are to know your enemy. And I'm glad, listen, I'm so glad that anyone that feels any certain type of way show forth themselves who they are. And I'd rather be on the outside of me. Know your enemy. And that also dovetails into our Sabbath lesson, Elder Lawyer. We're going to break down what is casting your pearls to swine. It's going to be cold. This coming Sabbath, it's going to get deep. I thank the Most High that the enemies show who they are before the lights go out, so that we're in preparation and know who to help and who to operate with and who to understand and who to protect ourselves from. They're preparing to purge, folks. But, if the Bible stated it would happen, you think we would prophesy this stuff since 2008, 2009, since YouTube have been here? You think we would have prophesied these things and didn't have some provisions in place? But the greatest provision or protection comes from heaven. And I think the Most High, we're covered by Christ first. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's jump into it.
Yes, sir.
Space Force. How many of you, brothers and sisters, ever heard this jingle? Fair use. Fair use. Elder Lawyer, listen to what it says. We're the mighty watchful eye, the all-seeing eye. We're the mighty watching eye. Guardians beyond the blue. The invisible front line. The invisible front line. Folks, this is coming from the United States Army. armed forces. The invisible front line. War fighters, brave and true. We're reaching into space. There's no limit to our sky. So while they got people fighting down here, look at what they're doing out there. Standing guard both night and day. Guardians. We're the Space Force from on high, Elder Lawyer. The United States Space Force. Boy, do we have a discussion for you this evening. Now let's play it all the way out, Elder Lawyer. Just hear it all the way through one time. Let's hear it all the way through one more again. We're the Space Force from on high. Oh, interesting. Elder Lawyer, you ever heard that jingle?
No, sir. It's the first time I ever heard of it.
Hey, let me tell you, Elder Lawyer, listen, I keep my I keep my ear to the ground and my eyes looking up. Let me tell you, Elder Lawyer, it was crazy because last week I had some place to go. It was early in the morning. 4 in the morning, I had to drive 3 hours when I told you to actually do the service. Mm-hmm. Oh, remember that?
Yes, sir.
No, a matter of fact, you took off that Sabbath. We did the
right. Gotcha.
We did the holy day Friday night.
Right.
I came outside and guess what? Guess what I seen? I seen a star fall and move, and it looked like it had wings, and then it came into view and disappeared. This is what I seen. 4 in the morning. And I'm like, you know what? I better keep looking up. The devil have everyone fighting each other carnally, looking down. We need to figure out what's going on. Why are they distracting us psychologically and all these other things with LBG and all this stuff that really doesn't matter? It doesn't move the needle. It's really to keep us distracted while they do something. So let's talk about it, because no one, Elder Lawyer, is talking about a space force paid by our tax money. A space force. What is the Space Force? And Elder Lawyer, it interests me for the first time when they had the Super Bowl last year, and for the first time they told everybody to give a round of applause for the Space Force. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
The Space Force. How will the Space Force impact? Now, this is from the government site, the United States government. How do I join? So, I sent it to you, Elder Lawyer, if you can pull it up. In the chat, I sent it to you.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if you go down to mission, because I'm gonna show you what God said concerning this. Thousands of years before we were reading something about a space force. And this is why I'm not focused on some people fighting on a corner of Babylon and all this other stuff that doesn't make any difference. Under mission, Elder Lawyer, where it says collapse, it says, what is the U.S. Space Force? A, can you read that?
Okay, let me see here.
It's under how do I join, and then you will see mission.
Okay, how do I join? Okay, I actually don't see it here. Okay, I got it. Okay, I see it.
You see it?
Yep.
Okay.
You said, how do I join?
Okay, and what is the answer?
All right. Okay, when I click on how do I join, it takes me to another.
Okay, no, go back. I said it's under how do I join. Don't click on how do I join because no one wants to join this mess. All right?
Right.
Go back. Under how do I join, there's the next paragraph under that is mission.
Yeah, mine says personnel. Yeah, mine doesn't have that there.
Okay, well, I'm going to give
it.
I'll give it to you again. One moment.
All right.
I'll give it to you again. Hold tight. Bear with us, brothers and sisters. Hit the like button because we're about to drop something that that you'll rarely hear on YouTube or any other place tonight. You see where it says, what's the Space Force?
Yep.
Click on that.
Yep, I got that. And then mission, and then the first one, what is the U.S. Space Force?
What is the U.S. Space Force?
All right. The USSF, or the U.S. Space Force, is the newest branch of the armed forces.
The newest what?
The newest branch of the armed forces.
The newest. Did y'all know that's a new branch of the armed forces for space folks? Read.
It was established December 20th, 2019.
Hold up, Elder Lawyer. December 20, 2019. Running into the election. So while everybody else was talking the election and all these others rioting, George Floyd and all this other crap they dealing with down here to distract people, folks, they developed a whole new wing of military, which is prophetic. Read.
It was established December 20th, 2019 with enactment of the fiscal year 2020 National Defense Authorization Act, and it will be stood up over the next 18 months.
The next 18 months. Elder Lawyer, what was going on during the 18 months? The initiative. Right? Remember that?
Right.
Project Warp Speed. Get it out to everybody. How is this connected with what's going out in space? Because I told people, if you get the stuff in you, you will be changed. You will be utilized for Satan's army. But that's a whole nother conversation. Next, Elder Lawyer. What is the mission of the United States Space Force?
Yes, sir. It says here, the U.S. Space Force is a military service that organizes, trains, and equips space forces in order to protect the U.S. and allied interests in space and to provide space capabilities to joint forces.
Read.
The USSF responsibilities will include developing Guardians.
Guardians, read.
Acquiring military space systems, maturing the military doctrine for space power, and organizing space forces to present to our combatant commands.
To present to our combatant commands. What is going on here? Why do we need a space force, Elder Lawyer?
Space has become essential to our security and prosperity. So much so that we need a branch of our military dedicated to its defense. Just like we have branches of the military dedicated to protecting and securing the air, land, and sea. Unfettered access to space is vital to national defense. Space systems are woven into the fabric of our way of life. Space affects almost every part of our daily lives and is fundamental to our economic system. For example, Satellites not only power GPS technology that we use daily, but allow us to surf the web and call our friends, enable first responders to communicate with each other in times of crisis, timestamp transactions of the world financial market, and even allow us to use credit cards at gas pumps.
So this thing is intertwined to everyone's everyday actions through commerce and living. Right? I hope y'all following this, because we told people years ago the military been had the internet. They were operating with that real-time speed decades before it became accessible for everyone else. It was to put everyone on their grid under a military watch, an all-seeing eye. Right? But that's not it. Where Space Force headquarters is located, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. The USSF, or the U.S. Space Force headquarters and office of the Chief of Space Operations, is located in the Pentagon.
In the where?
In the Pentagon.
In the Pentagon. Every event highlights the Pentagon. Okay, usually where all what? The military minds come together to strategize for the New World Order. The pentagram. Even in 9/11, it just couldn't have happened at the Twin Towers. Something had to be what? Something had to involve the Pentagon or the pentagram during that event, which led to them doing what? Bringing the Middle East on board for the New World Order because they were behind in technology. So that war was needed to speed them up and bring them into Satan's army before they begin to do what? Make their way back here to America and the other Western world countries to bring them down to third world, to force Western countries who are free to their knees to join forces with Satan's army. Man, tell me the Bible isn't real. And if you don't think it's real, all you atheists, agnostics, and unbelievers, stick around. Because there's no other record out there that can explain what we're breaking down right now. And I'm going to break it down, everything you're seeing here, in a couple of minutes. Where will, Elder Lawyer, where will members of Space Force come from?
Yes, sir. It says the U.S. Space Force will initially be composed of uniformed and civilian personnel conducting and supporting space operations as part of Air Force Space Command.
So it's going to be what? Ununiformed, Elder Lawyer. I mean, it says what? Let me see. Uniformed.
Yep.
Uniformed and civilian personnel. So you have some with the Space Force uniform like was shown on Super Bowl, and those that are walking around in our neighborhoods and all around plain clothes. Conducting and supporting space operations. Read.
As part of the Air Force Space Command.
Read.
Over the next year, units and personnel from other parts of the U.S. Air Force will transfer into the U.S. Space Force.
Will transfer into the U.S. Space Force. All the militaries of the earth will eventually merge into this force. And we're going to show you why in a moment. And there's a reason why when they came out with the I would call the jabby jab, whatever you would like to call it, right? They started enforcing all of that through the military first, because those who survive and have the stuff in them, there's some conversation can be had on Patreon to where that goes, right? But I digress because I want to focus on that side. But let's go, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Read.
Moving on to the next one, it says, what happened to the Air Force Space Command?
What happened to the Air Force Space Command? Are the personnel now in the Space Force? Because it used to be, that's why they ask, what happened to the Air Force Space Command? So obviously they must have dismantled it. Right? But let's see what happened to it.
It says here the organization Air Force Space Command was redesignated as the U.S. Space Force.
There you go. A Space Force implies what? Someone fighting out in space. I think we heard this story before. Man, what are they recruiting the citizens of the world into? Come on.
The personnel who belong to the AFSPC are now assigned to the USSF, but currently remain airmen with the U.S. Air Force. Airmen in the select space-related jobs will be transferred into the USSF, becoming members of the USSF in deliberate manner over the next 18 months, while other airmen will remain assigned to the USSF in a supporting role.
In a supporting role. Will there be Space Force bases? Elder Lawyer. Timeline.
Yes. The Department of Air Force is reviewing Air Force installations, which will be designated as U.S. Space Force bases. Any decisions will be made public following appropriate stakeholder notifications.
So we'll let y'all know, in the future, based on the stakeholders, where and if we can tell you about these bases within the United States. What is the next step, Elder Lawyer?
It says here, we are moving out expediently and deliberately. As we stand up the new service, we're taking care of our service members while ensuring the success of our ongoing space missions. The initial staff of the Chief of Space Operations was stood up with the President's signature of the FY20 NDAA.
Hold up, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, you're wrong. Hit that like button for us here. We're about 700 down. Listen, hit that like button. Everyone need to see what's going on here. Come on now. Go ahead, finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. It says the initial staff for the Chief of Space Operations was stood up with the President's signature of the FY20 NDAA.
Yes.
This staff is focused on establishing a fully functioning headquarters, preparing to execute the full scope of its organize, train, and equip responsibilities, and in conjunction with the U.S. Air Force, developing a detailed plan to transfer forces into the U.S. Space Force. Updates will be provided as new information becomes available.
Now let's go down here, last question here before I go over a few more things, and we need to read a few scriptures. And see, folks, I can put two and two together. I'm looking at all of these so-called immigrants and other people coming into this country under the guise of immigration and refugees and all these others. Folks, think about this. So many of our people the last couple of weeks have gotten sick and all these other things, and for whatever reason, out of nowhere, heart trouble and, dying, unexplained deaths or whatever the case is. So they're going to need some citizens to step in and man the armed forces. Boy, oh boy, isn't this deep? Because of course, if something happens, if they began to tell our people that we need to stand up and vote due to voter suppression, as if anyone ever stopped black people from voting. And through that, they will rush into policy, laws under that would allow undocumented, without identification, allegedly, citizens to vote. And citizens illegals, to vote. Because that's what they are, illegals. And get rushed citizenry. And imagine if these people that you don't know that come from a caste system not only join armed forces, but join all the other forces that now our people have vacated. Now think about that. That's almost like having a foreign army defending American citizenry. Y'all better look up. Y'all better check out what I'm telling you here. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. The last one.
Yep. Read the whole thing.
How many people will be assigned?
Yes. How many people?
All right. With the redesignation of AFSPC, a U.S. Space Force, as U.S. Space Force, approximately 16,000 military and civilian space personnel were assigned to the Space Force on December 20th, 2019. These were assigned personnel are at present time airmen with the U.S. Air Force. Appropriate personnel will have the opportunity to transform or transfer into the new armed force and become U.S. Space Force service members in a deliberate manner. If additional units are redesignated and realigned to or from the U.S. Space Force, then the number assigned will change accordingly.
Now, Elder Lawyer, there was a diagram that was a chart that was passed around under certain networks around 2018, 2019. Right?
Mm.
And no one understood what these diagrams were really about, allegedly. Right? But check out these charts that was out there for years. Right? Check out these charts. All right? Check out the charts. That someone knew somewhere that in 2020, right, allegedly, that there would be a green bug for 2020. Yeah, okay, from the World Powers Initiative, right? Like the European or the World Economic Community had these charts, allegedly. 2020, they were looking forward to some green thing like this popping up on our screens. 2021, within those months of the initiative, you would have this popping up on the screen, right? Whatever this is, on the string. While the people sitting here, as you can see, comatose, blind, hypnotized by whatever they're showing you. And then 2022, look at this here. That looks like the Ukrainian flag there. And then 2023, Elder Lawyer, the news would transfer or move to unidentified flying objects. At the same time, America is talking about a space force. Are all of these connected? Well, stay tuned. They absolutely are. Going back. And see, folks, y'all gotta let me drop this out here real quick, Elder Lawyer. Brothers and sisters, and I'm talking about since the Most High have given us the truth, bringing forth the name of the Most High, the 12 lost tribes found, baptizing people throughout the four corners of the earth, setting up churches, making refuge for what's to come. Now we're here. Don't forget, our ministry started off, Elder Lawyer, the path to the mark. And now everything that we prophesied, even before there was YouTube, is happening right now in real time. And while the whole world is going mad fighting one another, you all need to understand what you're hearing right now, tonight. Even if you have to download this to remember it later, when there's no communication in one of these events. Okay? And you'll understand why the devil is angry and continually seek to do what? To divide, destroy, distract, and to attack the work that's coming from this church. And we have stood from the beginning, from Babylon, went all throughout the world, full circle, and will go back again, and have always been protected by the same God we call on. And his name is Ahiah, and that will never change. We're telling you the truth. Okay? And if there's anything that can confirm that what you're getting here is the truth, look at what the world is talking about. And measure it up with what you're hearing right now. (2020). These charts came out years ago. 2021, the initiative, Project Warp Speed. Project Warp Speed right here. 2022, a war. That's the Ukraine flag, right? I think. And then 2023, we're going to be hearing more so about whether or not there's life in outer space. At the same time, the world powers have put out a jingle talking about the guardians who are in the invisible. That they're going to reveal something this year concerning space. Why there's a need for the world to pay attention to a foreign enemy that's out there in space that may compromise what they would call, what the president would call, whether it be Biden or Trump next, that would cause a national security. That will be the cause of a national security problem. Folks, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's get some scriptures.
All right.
The book of Obadiah. The book of Obadiah. The first chapter. Now here's a question for its so-called unbelievers or agnostic or unbelievers or atheists who claim that the Bible is this, that, and the other. Can any of you explain the news we just reported on here from this broadcast or podcast? What book or anything can quantify everything we have just broken down or showed? What? Now tell me the Bible isn't real. Thousands of years before Christ, before our time, the prophets of Israel wrote this down, gave us insight. Our forefathers who are Israelites, the prophets, gave us insight to a time we would be living under at the very end. The book of Obadiah, Elder Lawyer, the first verse. Let's read it. Hit that like button, please. Hit that like button. Help us out.
Yes, sir. The book of Obadiah, verse number 1.
Let's go.
The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom.
Concerning who?
Concerning Edom.
Edom is a so-called European power. European powers. They're not Japheth. We know exactly who they are. We actually know when they went into Europe and took Europe. During the same time, they went into Europe initially, Kittim or Greece. At the same time, we were still living in Egypt. During the time of Joseph's reign, Imhotep's reign. That's when Esau first went into Kittim. Who's Esau? Esau's grandson, Zepho, who eventually became, by the Greeks, under the Greeks' pantheon, Janus. The god Janus is celebrated as a god in Greece till this day. And Janus is really the grandson of Esau, Zepho. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. And if you don't know, get in the academy and figure it out, because we have the history and all the details. And we can lay it all out there for you. Esau is the invisible man. Wherever he go, he becomes a chameleon and become the people of the land. This is why some people believe, because Esau conquered the land of Japheth, that they are Japhetic. But they aren't Japhetic. The Chinese people and all others, the Asian people, are Japhetic. This why in their alliance to make amends for them taking parts of Greece, Esau aligned with China to give them parts of Greece back, like Cyprus, because it belonged to China and others, the Asian people, initially before the wars. This is why they have to give certain areas back to China, because they took those areas from China. They took Europe from China. And in order for Chinese to help them against us, they had to align themselves together and agree to give some of the land that belonged to Japheth or China back to them. The details you're hearing here, you cannot find anywhere, and I challenge you to find it and find out who in this earth put two and two together. It was in the Bible the whole time. And not only that, I lived in these areas. I've been to the Middle East, lived there. I've been to different parts of Greece, lived there. So I can tell you firsthand. I can even tell you where Esau's grandson is buried, in Ayia Napa, Cyprus. Okay? He's buried in Ayia Napa, Cyprus. Okay? The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. Come on, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise, arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
Come on.
Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen, thou art greatly despised.
And the Most High say he have made Esau small among the heathen. That means out of all the Gentiles, the Edomites, the so-called European or whites, are what? They're the smallest race on earth. But they're able to actually able to outpopulate others by dividing those they conquer into groups. You notice they don't divide themselves into groups. Whether they call themselves Jewish European or Italian European or English European or Russian European. They all stake claim to being Europeans. Okay? They're not going to divide themselves because there's power in numbers during war. So they're smaller than everyone else, so they're able to outpopulate everyone else in certain areas. Why? Because they were able to divide the people. That means if you were to take all of the 12 tribes of Israel together in America, not as black, Puerto Rican, North American Indian, and other labels placed on us, Latino or Negro or African and all these others, we would totally outnumber them as a nation. But because we own these divisive titles, they're able to appear as more. They're able to appear as if there's more of them than us. Divide and conquer. They're really smaller than us. But we can't come together. We can't even stand on a corner together claiming to follow the same God and not fight one another. This is why Christ stated, A nation divided against itself cannot stand. Read that part again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Obadiah 1 verse 2. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen, thou art greatly despised.
He says, I've made you small amongst all of the Gentile nations. Heathen is synonymous to Gentiles. And thou art greatly despised. And the reason why they're despised is why? Our father Isaac blessed them with the sword. They would live and conquer by the sword. So in order to set up any kingdom, they would have to kill to do so. Why? Because Esau was never promised or given any land. He lived in the mountains. Now, obviously, he had to go to the mountains because all of the other children that was in the earth of Ham, Shem, and Japheth had land allocated to them after the flood by our father Noah. But because two people came out of our mother's Rebekah's womb, the promised land could only go to Jacob. So there was no land allotted for Esau. This is why he had to live in the mountains. So people despise him because in order for him to conquer and rule, he had to take land from other people. See? And through time, the nations, even the nations that aligned themselves with him against us, has some low-level resentment for the history of them killing their families in the past. And this is why the Bible states that they are greatly despised. Read.
Verse 3. The pride of thine heart have deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock.
Thou that what?
Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock.
In the clefts of the rocks. First in Mount Seir, later in the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. Who saith what, Elder Lawyer?
Whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Come on.
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle.
As the eagle. That's right, the bald eagle, an emblem of Rome, as well as, in our present time, America. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, read.
And though thou set thy nest among the stars.
Though thou do what?
And though thou set thy nest among the stars.
Space Force. The Space Force. They have finally accomplished what they wanted to. The technology to get back out in space through the portals. They found the portals. Around 2012, they found all the gateways within the earth. We taught that in prior academies, okay? A matter of fact, let me pull this up real quick. Read that last piece again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse number 3. The pride of thine heart have deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
Who say in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Who saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Right? Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle. Now I need you to go where it says they shall set their nest among the stars again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 4. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
Thence will I bring thee down, saith the Most High. When you go out in space, I will bring you down. Now, Elder Lawyer, check this out. Fair use. I reported on this years ago, folks. Here's something directly from NASA. For those who believe that the Most High didn't have us through the scriptures, figured all this out to warn the world, not just our people. Fair use. This is directly from NASA, folks. Fair use.
Hidden magnetic portals around Earth. Presented by Science at NASA.
Oh, what is this? Fair use. Hidden magnetic portals around the Earth. We got a full lesson on portals in the Academy, folks. A matter of fact, we may implement that in the next Academy with the history on archaeology with finding the Ark of the Covenant, and we're going to add portals with it. Okay? The hidden magnetic portals around the Earth.
A favorite theme of science fiction is the portal, an extraordinary opening in space or time that connects travelers to distant realms. A good portal is a shortcut.
Hold up! That does what?
By Science at NASA. A favorite theme of science fiction is the portal, an extraordinary opening in space or time that connects travelers to distant realms.
That connect travelers to distant realms.
A good portal is a shortcut.
It's a shortcut. You can go in one place and be in another place in an instant by walking through portal. This is NASA science, folks.
Guide, a door into the unknown. If only they actually existed. It turns out that they do, sort of. And a NASA-funded researcher at the University of Iowa has figured out how to find them. We call them X-points, or electron diffusion regions, explains plasma physicist Jack Scudder.
There go the devil who found the portals.
Of the University of Iowa. They're places where the magnetic field of Earth connects to the magnetic field of the Sun, creating an uninterrupted path leading from our own planet to the Sun's atmosphere 93 million miles away. Observations by NASA's Themis spacecraft and Europe's cluster probes suggest that these magnetic portals open and close dozens of times each day.
Fair use.
They're typically located a few tens of thousands of kilometers from Earth, where the geomagnetic field meets the onrushing solar wind. Most portals are small and short-lived. Others are yawning, vast, and sustained. Energetic particles can flow through the openings, heating Earth's upper atmosphere, sparking geomagnetic storms, and igniting bright polar auroras. NASA is planning a mission called MMS, short for Magnetospheric Multiscale Mission, due to launch in 2014 to study the phenomenon.
Did y'all know that they launched this in 2014, folks? We reported on this a long time ago. While they got people confused down here, what are they doing in outer space?
Bristling with energetic particle detectors and magnetic sensors, the 4 spacecraft of MMS will spread out in Earth's magnetosphere and surround the portals to observe how they work. Just one problem: finding them. Magnetic portals are invisible, unstable, and elusive. They open and close without warning, and there are no signposts to guide us in, notes Scudder. Actually, there are signposts, and Scudder has found them.
They found them, folks. They found the portals. They was able to unlock what was closed since Nimrod and the Tower of Babel.
Portals form via the process of magnetic reconnection. Mingling lines of magnetic force from the Sun and Earth crisscross and join to create the openings. X-points are where the crisscross takes place. The sudden joining of magnetic fields can propel jets of charged particles from the X-point, creating an electron diffusion region. To learn how to pinpoint these events, Scudder looked at data from a space probe that orbited Earth more than 10 years ago. In the late 1990s, NASA's Polar spacecraft spent years in Earth's magnetosphere, explains
Fair
Scudder,
use.
and it encountered many X-points during its mission. Because Polar carried sensors similar to those of MMS, Scudder decided to see how an X-point looked to Polar. Using Polar data, we have found 5 simple combinations of magnetic field and energetic particle measurements that tell us when we've come across an X-point or an electron diffusion region. A single spacecraft, properly instrumented, can make these measurements. This means that a single member of the MMS constellation, using the diagnostics, can find a portal and alert other members of the constellation. Mission planners long thought that MMS might have to spend a year or so learning to find portals before it could study them.
Fair use.
Scudder's work shortcuts the process.
Now, look at this, folks. This is NASA. Look. When they set their nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down. Going over the stars is why they have Space Force now, that they've found the science through computers on how to go out or in a portal when it opens. What the Hades are they doing out there? Their father, the devil, sent them out there. These are Luciferians seeking to fulfill the words of their father Lucifer in Isaiah 14, when he stated that he would go above the clouds and be like God, that he was going to the sides of the north and take the fight to heaven before heaven comes to earth.
Allowing MMS to get to work without delay. It's a shortcut worthy of the best portals of fiction. Only this time, the portals are real. And with the new signposts, we know how to find them.
We know how to
For a
find
portal
them.
to more NASA
Now,
science
Elder
news,
Lawyer,
visit science.
you see how the Most High says, the pride of their heart have deceived them?
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting here talking about, yeah, and we know how to find them now. Science.nasa.gov. And folks, they're not going to try to fight Christ by themselves. They've put the solution in people to utilize you, to be utilized, to actually be, I would say, moved to do their will in this war against what's coming out of space. It's all connected. It's all connected. 2020, 2021, because we have to get y'all all on board, and right, so that you all have the solution in you to be changed and controlled, mind control. And then afterwards, there you go, 2022 and 2023. Y'all better wake up. Back to the Bible before phone calls. Though that when they set their nest among the stars, hit them, Elder Lawyer, hit them.
Yes,
Come on,
sir.
hit them with it.
It says here, when thou set thy nest among the stars.
Chapter and verse.
The book of Obadiah 1 verse 4.
Come on.
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
When they set their nest among the stars, Space Force. How many people out there is telling you what they're doing out there, folks? Keep your eyes to the sky. Stay focused. Don't let what's going on in this world distract you from what's coming. What's coming is for us. They've built a defense to fight God, to defend and hold on to this little world, because they know after this world that Esau has is all he will ever have going forward. And he's willing to fight to sustain it with his father, the one he served, Lucifer. Read that last piece, and we got two more scriptures, then open up the lines.
Yes, sir. Though thou exalt thyself as, as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord.
And he says, that's when I will begin to bring you down. So it's a race for time, brothers and sisters. They know that the God of Israel is real. They know he's coming to save us. They know Christ is coming to save us down here. So they're working with their initiatives within the earth to get rid of us before that time. And at the same time, they're seeking to fight what's coming. So we'd be fools out here fighting one another and dealing with distractions on earth, knowing what the devil has planned against us. Focus. Elder Lloyd, let's get Amos 9 real quick. Two more precepts, then we'll open up the lines.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this broadcast won't be long at all. We're hitting it very effective. And after that, which is give you some time to think on everything that's coming. get with a church, get baptized, and guess what? Unite and plan under the Almighty together. Or fall as an individual out there by yourself with no help. Amos 9, Elder Lawyer, Amos 9 and 2.
The book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 2. Though they dig into hell, thence shall my hand take them. Though they climb up to heaven, thence will I bring them down.
Even though they climb up to heaven, Space Force, our God, the God of Israel, says, I'm going to bring them down. Though they climb into heaven with their Space Force, the Most High says, I'm going to bring you down. How many of you knew that the United States has a Space Force and what they're in preparation for? It's Bible prophecy. Why? They're doing the bid of their daddy. Who is their daddy? Elder Lawyer, let's go to Isaiah 14 and 12.
Isaiah 14, verse number 12.
Oh, let me get it here. Isaiah 14 and 12. See, the prophets had all this spelled out. And then we go all the way to the book of Revelation at the end of it, where he says that the beast, which is really the Roman Empire and America intertwined in that empire, at the very end will cut off the money system and administer a form of currency that must be shot into or implemented into a person and planted into people. And once that happens, that will finish what started with preparing your bodies to receive it. See, normally our temple would reject poisons or anything that's counter to what God created. So they needed to get the body all prepped for the machines or for the chips that will finish what Satan started in the initiative. So they got all these people prepped for transhumanism, millions of them who will become a part of Satan's army to fight against our Lord and Savior. That's what's going on, folks. Isaiah 14, and he's going to be your daddy. And he was your daddy when you listened to what they were saying on the news instead of God. He's the principality and power of the air. He will convince you through his craft, through his hypnosis. That's your daddy. And by not listening to God, you made the devil your father. So now, destroying your temple with the stuff they're telling you, and now your temple have been prepped to receive the mark. And even if you think not to, if you're under the control, the technology that they put up under you, they put in you, guess what? You're gonna fight even if you don't want to. Huh? Isaiah 14 and 12. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Isaiah 14, verse number 12.
Come on.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning?
Yep.
How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven.
I will do what?
I will ascend into heaven.
So he's doing this for his daddy. Turn the world against one another. Divide and conquer to make what? Mindless soldiers to be used by Satan against the God that most people in this earth claim to believe in. Or they claim they believe in. But when the rubber hits the road, when it's time for you to show your faith, the people capitulate and bow to their master, Lucifer. For thou hadst said in thine heart, what?
I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God.
Read.
I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north.
I will sit upon the mount of the congregation. That's what? That's heaven, folks. That's where the Most High God resides. They're seeking to take the fight to God right up under our noses. In the sides of the north, read.
I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High.
I will be like the Most High. And this is why they have this little jingle for you. Here it go again. Fair use. And this is coming directly from the United States Space Force. I will be like the Most High. Fair use. We're the mighty watchful eye. Guardians beyond the blue. The invisible front line. War fighters brave and true. We're reaching into space. There's no limit to our sky. Standing guard both night and day. We're the Space Force from on high. Lucifer said he will go back to where he was hurled and fight. And that's the armies of the earth right now, led by the United States. But the Most High say, when they set their nest among the stars, thence will he bring them down, saith the Lord. That means what? War must happen in the place that they planned this from. He must bring them down so that now the European powers would have to do what? They would have to regroup. And at that time, it will be Europe. America has fallen, and Europe will have 1 hour with the beast at the very end of this. Here it is. Here it is. Last but not least, Elder Lawyer, one more scripture. I'll go into this more during the weekend. Jeremiah 51 and 53. Jeremiah 51. Elder Lawyer, let's get it. Now we know he lose, because it tell you in Isaiah 14 that he shall be brought down to hell. So he lose, and the minions who have helped him will fall with their daddy Lucifer. Who are the children? Well, we know who the children are. Who's behind this? Their initiatives and Satan's program. When Christ says in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9, he says he know our works and tribulations and poverty, but we're rich. And you know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jays and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Even Christ called them out and says, ye are your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. You were what? You were a murderer from the beginning, because you're seeking to murder your brother Jacob like Cain murdered Abel. He was talking to them. And y'all can't claim to be God's people, claiming to be upholding God's law, and you letting everything loose unlawful through your media, promoting evil, the letter group and all these others against children, when you have what? The power, the finances, and the influence through your media to actually promote morality. So that's how we know you're the devil. See? That's how we know you're the devil, because you're in power. Right now you have enough influence to influence the earth for good if you were truly God's people following God's law. You have enough power and influence to use your media to uphold the laws given to Moses. That's how we know you are a liar like Christ said you were. Last but not least, Jeremiah 51 and 53. Elder Lawyer, let me get it. Right now, you're muted, Elder Lawyer.
All right, Salakia. Jeremiah 51, verse number 53 says, though Babylon should mount up to heaven.
Though what?
Though Babylon should mount up to heaven.
Though Babylon shall mount up to heaven. Space Force. And we know America is the daughter of Babylon. Though Babylon should mount up to heaven. Come on.
And though she should fortify the height of her strength, yet from me shall spoilers come unto her, saith the Lord.
But spoilers shall come unto her and destroy her. And the spoilers will begin when they begin that war with Iran. And they have to do the Iranian war because that's the only country that haven't come all the way under the order over in the Middle East. Once that war is real time, and we're not talking about the Ukraine Russian war, because as far as I'm concerned, that's more political than anything. The war we have to really concentrate on, not the war that's actually depleting the treasury of America, allegedly, intentionally, is the Iran war. Right now, they're just spending money to deplete the funds of the treasury so that they can now claim America is broke, and then they can go into bankrupting the country, okay, and move it into total socialism, claiming that the debt is too high after they've spent all the money that's left. That's the plan to collapse the dollar. And all of these things we're seeing, everything is being spent under Biden, is to do so. The wars that they're talking about with Ukraine and all these others, whatever that is, we need to be more so focused on Iran. Isaiah 13 tells us it's the Medes that switched this whole thing up. The Medes are the Iranians. So stop looking at what's going on with Russia and focus on when they declare war on Iran. Everything, guess what? That's when all bets are off, and everything you see in your airports and all that will be for a reason when it comes to security. You heard it here this night. Though Babylon should mount up to heaven, and though she should fortify the height of her, the height of her strength, yet from me shall spoilers come unto her, saith the Lord. Read, Elder Lawyer, 54.
Yes, sir. Verse number 54. A sound of a cry cometh from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldean.
Come on.
Because the Lord hath spoiled Babylon and destroyed her out of her the great voice. When her waves do roar like great waters, a noise of their voice is uttered.
Read.
Because the spoiler is come upon her, even upon Babylon, and her mighty men are taken, every one of their bows is broken. For the Lord God of recompenses shall surely requite.
Requite, folks. And there you go. There you go. What is the United States plans in outer space? You heard it here first. You heard it here first. It's time to come fully under the hedge of the Almighty and work together under Christ's Spirit. Okay? It's really time to shun the naysayers if they aren't working within what's going on. We ought to shun them and let them know, listen, go ahead with all that. Because the real work, we're going to know who's doing the real work when there's no more podcasts, when there's no more broadcasts. How much work did you do on the outside of your computer that will sustain you to the coming of our Lord and Savior? That's when you're going to know who was doing work in front of a camera or when the camera was off. With that, elder lawyer, hold tight. Let me open up the lines. Now we know what the United States plans to do in outer space. So what are we going to do about it? Are we going to sit and fight one another and deal with things of no consequence that doesn't gain anything? Or are we going to come together under Christ in preparation for what's to come? For those who missed it, that's right. I will say this real quick before segueing over. The first news article that was read from CBS, for those who missed it. Senators issued satellite phones, offered demonstrations on an upgraded security devices. 50 senators have been issued satellite phones for emergency communication. So what do you mean? Have someone told them that there'll be need for an emergency communication? What are they planning? Well, it tells us here what they fear. In testimony before the Senate Appropriations Committee last month, Senate Sergeant at Arms Karen Gibson said satellite communications is being deployed to ensure redundant and secure means of communication during a disruptive event. So something is coming, folks, that's going to knock out communications. This is what they're talking about. This is not alleged. This is CBS News. Gibson said the phones are a security backstop in the case of an emergency that takes out communications in part of America. And I told people years ago to get their satellite phones, to be able to make at least 2 to 3 phone calls when they knock out the communication. And you heard that here first. And elder lawyer, like I said, I thank the Most High, and this is why the Bible tell you, you have to know your enemy. When people start showing forth who they are and enemies, it's the Most High doing us a favor so we'll know who is who. When the Most High have us as a body all over the earth, circle the wagons to protect what we prepared for our people. I thank the Most High that people can show who they are out front. Because you would rather have enemies on the outside than within, seeking to put a knife in your back. I thank the Most High because everything we're talking about is happening. And I pray that the Most High preserve us through these times. We talked about it. We've been prophesying about it so long. It will be a shame if we don't make it through the times that we warned the people of. But I believe that if we stay headstrong under the Spirit and finish what we started, Christ will guide us as he has done since the beginning. Since Elder Lawyer, me and you sitting up there 16th and Style in an old little small, church, 15th and Styles, North Philadelphia, in the heart of the ghetto. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And look how far the Most High have taken us since that point. Mm. And you know what? The journey has just begun. We're still on that journey.
That's right.
Around the world, and eventually it'll be out of here again for the last time. But no one can claim they weren't warned. And right now, there's no time, brothers and sisters, for you to be distracted, for people to try to throw some negative aspersions, to have you doubt, so that you can be on the sideline in a time where you're going to need us as your family. And we're going to need you. Don't fall for the mess out there. 515-605-9327. Okay, let's open up the lines. It's time for us to come together in the Spirit of the Almighty. And be sure to be in that academy June 25th, brothers and sisters. I want to tell you this. The fall of the gods will be one of the lessons. A war in heaven at the very end, when we go into the war against when Christ's kingdom comes, the kings of Israel, we're going to drop that down with the split of Israel, breaking down each king to show how we fell to such depths, going into the positives and negatives of our past kings so that we don't make some of the mistakes they did in these times. All right. We're going to talk about that and more in the next academy, highlighting history and archaeology. We'll also go into the European nobility, breaking down and show you beyond any shadow of a doubt. Of course, they're trying to bring it out now, that it was black people we were ruling in Europe. We were ruling in Europe. King James sat on 3 thrones at once, a black man. Scott, Ireland, okay, Great Britain, straight up. So 3 thrones at once, okay, and the Queen of Scott, like they have now, that was a sister. And it wasn't no mixtures of people like we see in the UK today. They were black people against the satanic Roman pagan empire. That and more will be in the next academy. I hope you are a part of it. This academy has been great. We have 2 more weeks. I hope you attend. Go to historytimes.org. All right. So let's now open up the lines real quick. We're not going to be here all night. I hope you've been edified. There's no need in beating a dead horse. Let's talk. Let's talk. Hold on. Hold on, other lawyer. Let me get it in here.
Yes, sir.
1 second. We'll take a few calls and then we'll wish you all Godspeed. Here. Right now.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
And thank you, Elder Ramar. And Elder Ramar helped put together the lesson we did last Sabbath. What a groundbreaking lesson. It was actually in the same vein of what I was about to talk about. And he had all those things lined up along some of the scriptures I put together. It was absolutely eye-opening that he was dealing with that particular lesson even before the chaos tried to attack. But, that stuff rolls right off of us. All right? That's nothing. Believe me. 515-605-9327. Cora has a comment.
Yes, Elder. I watched the interview, and when you opened up the tonight with this, and you made mention of the fact that about people going off and doing things, and I was just brought to mind. I was surprised, and who it came from, the remark about don't do any more, just don't do any more academies, don't buy any more calendars and stuff like that. And it really shocked me that that came out. But we have, like I said, we definitely need the academy and we need the calendars. We'd be cutting off our nose to spite our face.
Hey,
we did.
Sister, let me make it clear.
Yeah.
All due respect to that, I have to correct you on something. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Don't look at that madness, because that's what it is. If you ever see someone, let me tell you, if you ever see someone making an accusation without the people that they're talking about present, the interviewer and the interviewee is of the devil. That's it on that. So you shouldn't subjugate yourself to that, and I'm going to tell you why. Because did it make you feel encouraged towards the kingdom after seeing that, or did it weigh you negatively?
Well, I put it this way. It was an interview that I would not show to those that I'm trying to bring into the truth.
That's not my question. Like tonight when we brought something forth, every time we bring something forth with the word of God, does it encourage you to do more and stay grounded with Christ?
Yeah.
Exactly. So if you're listening to something that will tell you to do the reverse and not to support it, it'll leave you heavy and dark like those who are delivering the madness. So the best thing to do, because they're looking for attention, don't give it attention. Let it dry up and be what it is, nothing, because that's what it is. It's okay. Yeah. And not only that, the judgment comes from one's own mouth. Everything they're trying to do to another person and put it out there is usually what happens to them. You don't sister, don't entertain it. That person is not a part of anything we're dealing with. So ignore him, and he'll go away. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bless you.
Okay. So
414 area code. Shalom, Carol. How are you?
Hello.
How are you?
I am elated. My name is Carol. I called last week and I spoke with Elder Lawyer.
Yes.
And shalom to you guys.
Shalom, sister.
How are you doing? Can you hear me?
We can hear you well.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say I am in tears right now. My heart it's just filled with so much joy.
What's the joy about? What's the joy about?
The Most High and His Son and the Holy Spirit is real.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been with you, listening to you guys since 2014.
Look at that.
And I have done 5 academies.
Thank you.
And I called last week in reference to trying to get to Chicago because I live in Milwaukee. And I thank you so much, Elder Lawyer. Chicago Elder reached out to me today. And I do have someone that would pick me up on Saturday, taking me to Chicago. Hold up.
I gotta give you a round of applause for that.
And I just want to thank you. And I've been praying for this. Even if I had to take the bus or train, I was going to make it there. But God, He already had a plan for me. And I thank you guys.
We thank you,
sister.
I
am just so elated because I know this is where He wants me to be, with this body.
Yes.
Because I've learned so much from the years I've been with you guys that I've learned in my whole entire life. And I'm 62 years old.
Mm.
And I thank you, and I pray that you guys continue in the work. Continue doing what you're doing. And I thank you guys. I love you.
Thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom. I'm going to place you on hold. Now, an elder lawyer.
Yes, sir.
It's not that is what this is all about.
That's what it's all about. Simple and plain. That's what it's all about.
And you know what is deep is that only the devil out there would want to take the joy that happens with this woman who's 60-something years old and never heard the truth and finally have received everything she prayed for. Throughout all of her life, she found it in this work. And only the devil would take one instance or something that they think is an instance to try to cast negative aspersions on something that have helped so many people. Only the devil would do that.
Right.
And when people are like that, they would have been better off if she didn't have the truth and didn't support the church so that others can find the truth. It would satisfy these people if others stayed in darkness, dwindling in madness alone, with all the good the church does. And the Bible says at the very end that you have people where good is evil spoken of. where they can't see anything good out of something that even helped them and their family. Selfish and evil. Next call. 216 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
What's happy, Cappy? It sounds like we have the sax player on the line.
Yeah, that was something else in Dallas, man. You should have came.
Oh,
we had a beautiful time with TDK now.
I heard about it, but
man.
I'm
that was something else.
But let me tell you real quick, brother. We have a brother who just in Philadelphia, serious bass player and guitar player who was just baptized in the Philadelphia church.
That's great, man.
Let me tell you, brother, I'm bringing it all together. We're going to have a choir along with the band here in Philadelphia, a mob. All of us going to bring this together, and we're going to bring the mission of Christ through music throughout the earth and teach the truth in the midst of it. And I hope you're a part of that when it happens.
All praises. I'm going to be a part of it. I'm ready, man.
All right.
When I went in that church, man, I was about to do the Blues Brothers jumping in the air and stuff in Dallas, man, with Sister Rebecca and Terrence and Bishop Azan, man. It was something else, man. It was special. It was Passover 2, part 2.
What you say?
I said it was like Passover part 2.
Oh, okay.
Part 2.
Did y'all record it?
It was something else. Yeah, they recorded it.
Okay. Hopefully he can
man.
send.
Yeah. It was beautiful, man. It was beautiful.
Well, hopefully he can send it to me, right?
Oh, just ask him. He's probably listening.
Okay. All right.
I met Elder Ramar's mother. I met Elder Ramar's mother.
Okay.
There. She's a beautiful person, and I met a lot of people. It wasn't nothing but a love fest there, man. Them people, that's Southern hospitality, I'm telling you. And that food is better than up north. Yeah. I think I ate some real steak down there.
Oh, man. Let me tell you, it's nothing but hospitality.
Else.
When we go to these churches, my brother, the hospitality and the love of the brethren and sisters is not like anything else.
It's off the chain.
Yeah.
It's off the chain, man. And I'm happy to be doing some stuff, and I heard about Brother Brandon, the one that plays the drums in Philadelphia. He got married. All praises for that, And it's a lot of people. Shahawa Dai is about to have a baby. Steve Diamond, all these people, man, I met them. They was beautiful brothers, man. Beautiful brothers.
Okay.
All of them. Shadaiwa. I call him Sally because I can't say his name. We give each other these nicknames because you can't say people's names and stuff. So it's beautiful, man. I had a beautiful time, man. Me and my wife with Dallas Body.
Okay.
Brother Terrence. It was beautiful.
Well,
it's beautiful.
Well,
but I want to make a trip over there to Philly. I want to go to Philly, come back to Philly. This time I ain't going to talk to Sam and I'm over there. Just come over there and see y'all, man.
Yeah, brother. Well, I do have I have your number. The other sax player he's really real good. The brother from Jersey. He sent me I
did your song. I did your song down there. I did Grover Washington, Mr. Magic.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I did.
All right. So when we come together,
I'll send you the video. I'll get it to you.
Okay. All right. So make sure you send that to me. I got your number, so I'll call you up. I'll let you know exactly. You could probably transfer it through WeTransfer or Dropbox, so I can get the video in its entirety. Okay. All right, my brother.
No problem.
All right. Bless you, my brother.
Blessed by the best.
All right. His name
Bless
is
you
Ahaya.
too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Ahaya, yeah.
All right. Shalom. Tracy has a comment.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Do you remember maybe a month ago I called in and I wanted to know what your head dressing was called?
Mitri.
And you said it was called a mitri?
Yeah.
And you spelled it Mitre, right?
Yes.
Have you when you board Google, not Google, go to YouTube and type in, first of all, now why do you wear that hat? So you can receive God?
Oh, no, it doesn't. receive anything. It's a headdress that the priest wore.
Okay, but the opening and versus it being closed, what was that for?
Oh, because the reason why we have an opening there so that we can't have the crown of our head covered, because it says not to cover our head.
And is there a reason not to cover it?
It tells us we dishonor Christ if we do so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's I thought it meant something else. I thought it was receiving something, because when I started looking up the Mitri, there's a thing on the internet called the Mitri Attack Framework.
Yeah. What
and
about
you're talking about all this outer space. Well, you should. It's only it's only 3 minutes long.
Okay.
And it's a cyber. It's in outer space, and it's monitoring people to defend invasions and lateral movements, and it's a defense system, and it's called, and it's spelled Mitri, but they call it MITRE.
Okay.
I thought it was some type of connection.
That's
with what you're
interesting.
saying today.
Okay, that's interesting. It probably indirectly is speaking of attacking the priests who wore the Mitris, who are our people. You said MITRE attack what?
It's called. It's spelled Mitri Attack Framework.
Okay.
And
I'm going to look at it. I'm going to check it out. But
yeah,
no.
it's only.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only 3 minutes long, and I thought it had something because you were talking about the devil and all that stuff, and I'm like, I wonder why it's named that. You know what I mean? Spelt like the head dressing that you guys wear, but I guess not. But there's a cyber attack system out in the Space Force, monitoring everybody and monitoring the best way to attack people before they can attack you. It's crazy, but that's what it's called. All right, that's all. I thought it was a connection since you were talking all that space stuff, but you have a great day.
Well, thank you. Maybe there's a connection. I'll look into it. I appreciate you giving us that tip. I'll look into it. If there's something to it, I'll let you know, okay?
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Thank you. Interesting. Malcolm has a comment, right?
Can you hear?
Yes, I'm here. Sure.
Elder, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Great. I got two real quick comments on the topic at hand tonight.
Okay.
The first one was, it's ironic that today I was listening to a former FBI agent. His name is John DeSasos and Dr. Michael Sallin.
Okay.
It's a very interesting conversation that they had. And when I saw your thumbnail, I was like, wow, this is just confirmation. But this former FBI agent was talking about Project Blueprint and how that the major governments of the earth are setting up, it's called unidentified aerial phenomenons, to attack major cities, not just in America, but across the world. And he also said that they're going to do a coming of Christ with Buddha, with the Project Blueprint, and Buddha and Christ will be telling the people to serve the fallen angels. And he also talked about how AI intelligence, artificial intelligence, has connected to this false flag that's coming. And he says the powers that be last great trick to pull off on the entire earth. So I was wondering if maybe you had heard about that and to get your comments on it if you had. And I got one final, just real quick comment after that.
I did hear about that they were using holograms initially through showing what happened with Tupac and Michael Jackson holograms as a precursor of using a blue beam in space to simulate a second coming, or to have it where the Gentiles can worship their gods through holograms and control people that way. I don't know if that's a plan in particular from the government to do so, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. If they've done so, especially after seeing how people are so easily controlled through media
Right.
and others to actually do things through fear. So it wouldn't be nothing to say if those who worship Buddhists or Mary or whatever to have apparitions come before them in order to coax people into following these anomalous directions that they would claim was a spiritual phenomenon. So, and this is why that's why I think that Christ said, "Many false Christs shall come," and if one say that I'm in a desert, don't go there, or if they say I did this, don't follow them. Obviously, it was showing forth in prophecy that the world powers would try to mimic that to some degree. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do things like that. Is what I'm telling you in a nutshell. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Right. Okay. And my last comment is, you know, if you've conquered, if you think about it, if you've conquered the whole earth, you know, Esau has conquered North and South America, you know, Africa, all the European countries, Antarctica. You know, the next thing to conquer really is space. So it's really not a surprise that they're kind of thinking the way that they're thinking, because they've already conquered the whole earth. But you know, I think they're going to get a rude awakening for, you know, the things that they're trying to do. And I'll yield with that. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you, my brother. Hey, stay focused, stay locked in. Hey, because believe me, a lot of what we're talking about right now, brothers and sisters, when it happens, you want to be able to recall that these particular lessons came across your ears in these times, you know, in preparation for what to do. So what I'm telling you, I'm saying just stay focused, stay locked in. All right. Don't be dissuaded or misdirected. The truth is here. Okay.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Brother Malcolm. Bless you. All right, I'll place you on hold. Shalom. Latoya has a comment and question. The floor is yours, Latoya.
Yes. Shalom, elders.
Shalom, sister.
How are you this evening?
Blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia.
Yes, amen. I have a comment about the Space Force.
Okay.
Well, actually, I wanted to answer your question. You asked if anybody knew about Space Force, and the answer is yes. The former president, Trump, couldn't shut up about it. He talked about it all the time. He let us know that was his brainchild, that he was implementing this new arm of the military, and that he named it Space Force. There were sound bites and memes all over the place about it. People thought it was funny the way he said Space Force. I don't know. But SNL also did a skit about it. So to answer your question on that, I did know. He could not shut up about it. And I also wanted to ask you a question concerning portals. Do you think that in the scriptures, Acts 8, and I believe it's 39, when Philip was caught up and taken to another place after he had baptized the Ethiopian? You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, let me get it.
Do you think that God could have moved him through a portal?
Okay, let's see. Acts 8 and what? 39?
Acts 8 and 39.
Okay, let's pull it up. It reads, "And when they were come up out of the water, the Spirit of the Lord caught away Philip, that the eunuch saw him no more." Absolutely. That's an instance of him being moved through a time portal into another place. So he didn't have to travel. The angel pulled him right through. A similar way of how the angels were able to pull Lot and his wife immediately out, and they looked up, and immediately they were on a mountain outside of Sodom before fire rained down on it. Same thing. Absolutely. Okay. Also we've read instances like this during the time of Daniel in the lion's den, when the Most High moved the prophet to actually bring him food while in the den. It was
Wow.
yeah, same sister. You know what? I'm gonna do portal. I'm doing portals strictly for this phone call. I'm doing portals next academy, and we're gonna show you all the instances Christ, the disciples, the prophets, all through the scriptures. The Most High would pull us through doorways, and for some of us who can't leave certain areas when it's time, the angels are gonna do the same thing. Gonna move us. We're gonna look up and be in the wilderness. Same thing. And I'm going to prove, I'll prove it in the academy portals. Be there.
Yeah, I know you're going to prove it. I know you're going to prove it.
All right.
And I find it interesting that the Greek word is it harpazo?
Yeah.
The same word that is used when the scripture's talking about the catching away, which is what the Christian church calls they refer to that as the rapture, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's the same word there. So that's interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. And sister, you know,
that was all. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, sister, that was a good catch too, because that's right on.
Yeah.
That's an instance where that's right on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you too. Thank you so much. All right. Have a good night.
All right, bless you. Okay. You too. All right. Next call, Lawrence, 623 area code, Brother Lawrence.
Shalom, brothers. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. How are you?
Pretty well. I know it's been definitely a long time since I called. Of course, a little bit earlier, it was a little bit of trouble with my signal. Yes, Elder, and I definitely appreciate, definitely all the lessons, Elder, you, Roger, Lawyer, and Shafat, and all the elders, that's definitely GLC Media, all which I definitely question the truth at this time. And I did go to the one Hebrew by Academy one time. I think it was the second one after y'all just first started doing it. And of course, I've been following y'all since I think it was 2015. Elder, I did want to address, of course, a little bit quickly. Should be 3 or 4 minutes. Of course, that I know you basically touched already, because I did have I was of course getting to the Daniel, the portal. But you basically took that already, of course, out my mouth. Those questions you already answered those.
Okay.
But the thing is some is forgetting as well, in of course in the time, and I get to, of course, where I'm at right now as well, the little part. Of course, experience. But Daniel 2:43, and I know that now, of course, even I keep hearing, seeing posts, of course, where I'm at, of course, the part of Beaumont, Texas, as well, and of course, they're speaking about the incident that happened at the mall, the whole situation there. But the Lord even gave them that message there that it will be iron with the clay, so that they will be mixing, and definitely in this time, Elder, the message that y'all definitely be putting out with, of course, even Space Force, and I do remember recalling as well, and of course, even y'all's other teaching, of course, with the robots during the time of the Trump presidency. Of course, I even felt like he even had a following in pursuit, with that when it was starting to bring about, Elon Musk. So, but my question is now, I know between my comments, and I definitely got fairly done, that is, with all this, and you did mention too, I don't know for the more, like so much of direction of the lost people there it is, because you did say, that's another thing, you did say after lockdown that, because people now, and certain people, of course, in certain areas, it's bad out, I try to do the avoid, but sometimes some people, I just catch, doing strange stuff, strange things, and I know like they're not saved, they don't got Christ, and it's just like, it's going back to what you said, and it's like they doing, but not like, should I say not thinking? It's like their mind is like taking over, should I say? Yes, sir. And I was just a little bit curious on that. Hope you still hear me.
Yeah, well, I told people a long time ago, during the time before they spearheaded the solution for the problem. If you know what I'm talking about, that eventually, allegedly, there could be some form of low-level mind control that could trigger people's emotions under certain instances, especially if they are upset, over emotional, in conflict, that they'll be able to do certain things to heighten that moment that would lead to injury or even worse, fatality. So that's why people have to keep their spirit in check, because if that stuff is in you, at any time where you get over emotional or triggered, that stuff linked in the technology can actually bring you into a serious rage, right? And that rage could lead to certain conflicts, unexplained conflicts like we're seeing now. Okay. So when you go into the Daniel 4 and 23, and that is a good pickup, and we talked about that before, where it talks about, whereas they saw as iron mixed with miry clay. When people do the research, it's really speaking of when you deal with the Gentiles, the Roman Empire, bringing forth the spirit of Nephilim on earth again, like it was before the flood, mixing what? People who's made out of the earth with metals, right? Transhumanism.
That's refreshing.
Exactly. Now, what people don't realize, a lot of some of these things that people are volunteering their children and others to have liquid metals in it, prepping the body, changing our initial form into not just clay, but iron also. And it won't be too long before, with a chip, right? You put a chip in that person, and that's synonymous to a cyborg, where you're now connected with the machine, controlled by the machine. And that, I'm gonna tell you, and it falls directly into what we're talking about now, where you have mindless bots running around people, controlled through the system, controlled by the computers. All right. Thank you. Great point, my brother. Great point. All right.
Thanks, Elder. Before we finish, I just want to touch on these two. And of course, 3, I know that the body in Houston, it should be reaching out. Of course, in the school, and we're starting the summer semester into the fall, which will be coming as well. They'll be reaching out. And I know the transportation is a little bit hard right now, so definitely, something to get settled on that, definitely on that side. I wanted to definitely touch with, I know the new currency, and there's supposed to be a bill that Joe Biden signed. It's supposed to start in July, and of course you already know about it. Of course, even the situation with, I think his name Michael, the Cash App situation, where the incident that happened to him at I think it was the ATM, correct?
Oh, you're talking about what happened to the guy who once owned Cash App. He was found murdered. You talking about him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir. Yes, sir.
And how?
And it said that.
Yeah. Yeah, but go ahead. I'm listening.
You go ahead. Good. That also as well that Biden is supposed to bring out his own. Of course, it's supposed to be a rumor, and I still even thinking, it's got to be the pathway in order, like you all, you speak of, elders, Roger, the mark of the beast, but definitely with the new digital currency, and they called it the Fed Now installments. They're supposed to have it online.
Well, what's
going on?
And I
guess
guess
that's the reason why people.
Yeah, what's going on, and I got to get to the next call, but what's going on is they're transitioning people from using regular currency, and under the Biden administration, I can't say he's doing anything based on the cognitive or the lack thereof ability there. But under his administration, they have actually made official the digital dollar, where a dollar that's not printed has the same value digital. The digital dollar has as much value as the one that's printed, so they can phase physical money out of the system and utilize strictly a cashless society where it's numbers only, okay, not tangible paper that we can actually save for a rainy day. So that's a transition. They're transitioning into the mark of the beast system, where no one will be able to buy or sell unless they decide to get the new currency, which is injected in people. It's one thing to make it digital. Now, how do we access and spend that digital money? See, that's the whole deal. Well, people will become the wallet. Okay, you're going to have to get the currency in you to have access to your money. So, Revelations 13th chapter is where it's going, and each administration has their part. Each administration has its part in progressing the same agenda, whether it be Democrat or Republican. All right.
Thank you. That's definitely news to me. Lord definitely use where I'm at, be a signal, help the body. Definitely hope y'all be in touch, and definitely try to work. For us, of course, be ready, stock up food, and be ready.
Stay in touch.
Definitely.
Well, stay in touch. I'll tell you this.
I definitely will.
If you haven't been in the academy since 2015, you need to get in the academy because it has moved leaps.
Actually, it was actually a little bit like after that.
Well, I'm telling you.
I started following on 2015. I didn't want to confuse you.
Well, I'm going to tell you, the academy have leaps and bounds since when you were in it. So, and there's more information. It's not like it was before. Not to say it wasn't good before, but as we come closer to Christ is coming, knowledge is increasing. So make sure you get up in there if you can, all right?
Definitely the new one. You said the new one will be starting in June, right?
June.
So maybe some class periods, I can stop having my tablet.
June 25th.
Watch. So,
June 25th. Go to historytimes.org. We made it more convenient to be able to do it right there. On top of that, we are launching a new web page very soon. You need to look out for that. It's going to be absolutely amazing. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Bless you.
Yeah, have a great one. Shalom.
Right. Shalom. 704 area code. Linda. Shalom.
Yes. Hi. How you doing? Hi. Listen, this is Linda Owens.
Hi, Linda.
How you doing today?
I'm blessed.
Listen, I'm going to make this really quick. I know you're very busy, but I just want to let you know that you have been a blessing to me, okay? And I ran across you in 2014, okay, when I first left my husband. And I've been in many churches. I did everything but First Lady. And it was confusing. And I've learned about the paganism and everything only through you. And since that day, my eyes has been open. I've been able to see things. I brought my mother, which I'm taking care of her, and I adopted my niece. I got a foster child that I'm bringing in, that he's here now. I'm teaching him you. And my pawpaw, I got him here in my home. See, God is good. So you ask and he'll give it to you. I could never understand what was going on. You know what I'm saying? I was doing all the things, getting married to a husband, but not realizing they were not studying the right word the right way. But since I met you, this on the YouTube, it's been a blessing to me.
Well,
and
thank
you
you.
Keep me going. I'm just letting you know that. You really keep me going. I just want to say keep up the good work and keep pounding for the Lord. And I'm going to keep supporting you guys from the back end and let you know everywhere I go, I speak. And I know the Father's name before no one ever could tell me. But you guys told me. And I learned about the tribes, too. I'm just letting you know, you guys are doing a wonderful job. And I just love every one of you. And I appreciate you. And I just want you to keep up the good work. And I'm not going to hold up your time, but I just want to let you know that. And it's an honor. It really is an honor.
Thank you. The honor is all ours. Thank you, sister. I appreciate
You're
you.
welcome.
Thanks for your continued support.
Yes. You have
Bless
a
your family.
wonderful day, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Hey.
Good day. Bye-bye.
And it's wonderful because it tells you the power of the tongue or the mouth. And we have an option to bring a curse or a blessing out of the same mouth. What do we do with it? Must we help people learn the Most High in time to come and bless, or should we curse with the mouth? Okay, so to hear what comes out of those who appreciate the work, you know what I mean? I'll tell you right now, I'm humbled. I thank you. All praises be to the Most High. And guess what? We were called to do it, and we'll finish. Man didn't call us to this. Christ did. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you. And it's good to know that there's people out there who appreciate the work. Thank you. And she said, listen, it's not just a blessing for her, but her whole family. See, and these are the encouraging words that that gives us confirmation from the heavens, right? That regardless of the negative that comes, I'm going to tell you right now, regardless of the attacks that try to stop the work, the Most High confirmed continually in you all. He confirmed in us because what? He confirmed through you to give us the strength to continue for others. And we really appreciate it. Thank you. Prisdy has a comment.
Hello.
How are you doing, Prisdy?
Hi, I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. It sounds like a UK accent there.
Yeah, I am from UK. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous because I'm just like, I'm just nervous.
Don't be nervous. Take your time. Take your time.
Okay. I've got two comments and then like a question. Is that okay?
It's perfectly fine. The floor is yours.
Okay, and also I just wanted to ask, I've also got another question that's personal. Is there any way I could like email and ask or like text that question? Or
I'll tell you what.
It's personal, like to me.
Okay, well, what you can do, all right, you can send an email to GOCC South, SOUTH,
right,
like the direction south, GOCC South at yahoo.com.
At yahoo.com.
And then if you send you send that question with your contact information tonight, and I'll have Elder Lawyer follow up to make sure you get connected or whatever you need to do to be a part of the body over in UK and answer any other questions you might have personally. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. What else you got?
Okay. So basically, I'm like dead curious. I'm 19 and I've just like recently like come to Christ fully. So I just do like digging sometimes and like I see all these like conspiracy like videos, not really conspiracy, but just leaked videos. And recently, it was the other day, I saw a leaked video because you was talking about this American space military that's come out. And I saw on TikTok, it was a video that was like, you could see UFOs, like newly built UFOs. It was like in a military base. They were like very shiny silver and they were parked in a line. And the person that was recording, it was like a buggy was going past and recording. It looked like very recent. And I was just, when I was watching the live, your video now, and I was like, oh my, I needed to find that video, but they've deleted it because now, like, there's a lot of things that expose the government and they just delete it, all these videos. But then when you were talking about Nephilim also, I saw recently this video about this guy that was sadly killed. He was called Andrew Dawson. And he basically caught a video of a Nephilim giant stood over a mountain in Canada. And well, I wanted to play this because I've got my iPad here. I wanted to just play you this video because I was doing more digging and I found this person talking. He's friends with someone from the government military, and the video just explains. So if I could just play you this part, I think it's like 60 seconds.
Okay, go on.
Okay. Let me know if you can hear it.
Look what this guy had to say about the government hiding Nephilim giants in the military bases.
Can you hear it?
Yes, I can.
This Greg Renrich, that was one of the things that he told me. He was the one that was talking about seeing the giants in the deep underground military bases. He said that one of the first things that they had to do before he was allowed to go into S4 or S20 or any of the others, they made him sign an affidavit saying, you're not allowed to use the name Jesus Christ in these underground facilities, not even if you stub your toe or anything. And he said that he saw 10 to 25 foot tall giants in these underground bases and said that they were, human scientists and other people working side by side with them. He said that they even came right out and said they were the Nephilim. They came right out and said that, basically we're preparing for an intergalactic war with God. And they believe that they're going to win. Where are they getting this? They're going to win. And why are you not allowed to say the name Jesus in these underground facilities?
Jesus said, just like in the days of Noah, so will it be in the coming of the Son of Man. During the days of Noah, the fallen angels and their offspring, the Nephilim, were influencing, corrupting the human race to live in sin. And we know in the book of Genesis, God says that the wickedness was so bad, he had to flood the entire earth. And we know God had to do this in order for the Messiah to come through Noah's bloodline to redeem us.
Yeah, that was the video about the guy that said that his friend, went in this military underground bases and saw giants, and I was like, what? So I had to send it to my dad, but yeah, that's what I wanted to.
Well, sister, that's deep in of itself because Andrew Dawson, he's supposed to be missing at this point, right?
Yeah, apparently they said that he suicided, but I don't think that's true because he did post a video that there was like a CIA, like a jet black car that was outside of his house. And he went outside and was still recording, and the car just literally sped off. They followed him, and then 10 days later, he made a video, and he was like looking to the side and saying, guys, it was fake, it was a lie. Okay. And then it was, people could see that somebody was clearly there, like telling him, like controlling him. And then after that, he released another video where he seemed very like distressed, and he was like, oh yeah, it was a lie. I'm tired of keeping the truth. It was a lie. What I saw was real. This giant is real. Don't let them lie to you. And then after that, he was pronounced dead by suicide. So,
well, yeah, sister. Well, I have some of this up because maybe I can use some of this for the archaeological and the present day finds for the second week in the academy. We're going to be going into the fall of the gods, showing that the same fallen stories of gods who came down in earth, acknowledged through other religions. And maybe I can use some of these because we will have some archaeological findings. There's something else that you probably didn't know. Yeah. That there was an account of George Washington during a war here in Philadelphia, in the United States, where in the midst of the war over the mountain, that they seen giants, Nephilim on this side, and they had to stop fighting to actually ward off or protect themselves from the giants that they found here. And some of the giants helped within the founding of this country. Now, I know a lot of people talk about the conspiracy side of this, but I have proof. Yeah. I have proof from the Masonic, one of the oldest Masonic temples here in Philadelphia, that the chair in the Mason Hall is so big that a human couldn't sit in it. That was heading the first meetings for the Freemasons here in Philadelphia. That and more we're going to talk about in the academy. So I can't go too much into that because it's archaeological finds, just anomalies that usually when the United States and others are trying to hide things, even in the UK, they try to use the word conspiracy theory or conspiracy to explain people off as kooks. As kooks. Yeah. Who's actually have seen beyond the facade, which is their media. Let me ask you real quick before I get to the next thing. All right. 19 years old, in the part of UK. What part of UK you're from?
They won't hunt me down for this, will they?
They won't hunt you down. You're fine. The Most High got you.
Manchester.
Manchester. Yeah, we lived in Manchester for a while, and we have a church in Manchester actually. So.
Do you?
Yes,
I've been looking
we
to
have
go to a church, but
sister, we have a church in Manchester. Absolutely. You'll be there. A matter of fact, once you send the email, you'll be with the body, strong body in Manchester. You'll be there this Sabbath.
That's great. Yeah, I will be there this Sabbath. This Saturday. Saturday.
Yeah, that's Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. So Sabbath service. The brothers and sisters will make sure that you'll be there. It's interesting. It's interesting in of itself that a 19-year-old young lady would be interested in these days, these times, in what the world would call conspiracy, and being able to tie two and two together.
Yeah.
What in general would have you be looking into these things at the age of 19?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you just see like a lot of things happening on this earth, especially like in America. My dad also, he follows you guys, and he was always like telling me, because I don't feel like we call it conspiracy, but it is truth, like, but they just want to dilute it and diet it down. But whatever leads us close, it's just proof that God exists. That's, for me, it's solid proof. Everything that you see, even that video that I played to you where they said, oh, you can't say the name of Jesus Christ in front of these Nephilim. And I just think some people actually think like, this is not real. And sometimes when I even like talk to like friends and tell them, yeah, like this is real, or I say mermaids, sirens are real, they like look at me and laugh at me, but no, I do believe that it's real things. It's just things that you need to know to protect yourself.
Well, did you know mermaids and sirens? Do you know the origin of mermaids?
Yeah, the daughters of the Canaanites that the fallen angels slept with.
Yeah.
No.
The fallen angels slept with women. And the women
slept with women.
The women who brought forth children who were Nephilim.
They were cursed.
They were cursed. They were cursed at death, before death, and had to go into the waters and became sirens to be judged at the very end. They're what's called mermaids. And those women are being worshipped through the symbol we see on Starbucks.
On Starbucks, yeah.
Yes. So, hey, you don't have to say nothing else. Send your email. Make sure you and your father come.
Okay.
Well, welcome to the real war.
Yeah.
Welcome to the real war. Your eyes are open. Bless you. All right.
Bless you too.
All right. Bless you.
Thank you.
Look at that. See, that's what the work. Hey, lawyer, where you at? Where you at, lawyer?
I'm here.
That's what it's all about, right? 19 years old. Look at this. You see why the devil tried to attack every time out of nowhere, right? 214 area code. Amaya has a comment.
Hello, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Amaya. How are you?
I am blessed.
All right.
This is the subject I've been waiting on.
Oh, you was waiting for this one,
I live here in Dallas.
Okay.
I was. Because I actually do pay attention to the sky, and I pay attention to all the changes and everything. And I've actually, started even documenting all the changes. And so when you mentioned that fallen star you saw, I was like, wow, I see many of them. And not only just fallen, but they're on the ground level. So many of them. And they've multiplied over I'll say since February, they have multiplied more and more and more. and you can't see it really well with your naked eye unless you are used to looking at it. Like I look at it all the time, so I can tell where they're at and how they're spread out. But it's amazing how much is going on in the sky in Dallas. But real quick, I wanted to say this, that so much is going on in the skies in Dallas that I caught a lot of things on my own camera. But it's like if you don't have a really, really good camera, you don't get to see it the way I see it. So I wanted to go and look at one of the cameras that they show 24 hours a day of the city. Well, last year when I tried to do that, they had the cameras turned off. One camera was disabled and another camera was turned off. And I thought it was really, really odd that our city, we can't see the 24-hour stuff going on. And as I pondered on that, I started seeing a whole lot of activity with cloaking of vehicles in the sky. Even at nighttime, vehicles that you would never imagine seeing in these skies is unbelievable. So it's definitely something going on, and it's actually speeding up in Dallas, at least in Dallas.
Yeah. Well, sister, what I seen the night going into first fruits, I've never seen it like that before. It was like it had to be like 4:30 in the morning. Everything else was dark, and this big light just came out into view, and you can almost make it out, and you can see like wings behind it and everything coming down, a bright light. And I'm just sitting there looking at it.
Like silver.
Yeah.
Like silver.
Yeah. I've never seen it like that before. Not this close. And it goes into the Bible. See, but really, this is what happens because in the morning, when the angels come into view, when they come into our realm, before the sun come up, they are around the waters. So usually, if you're in a place where there's near water, someplace dark, it's dark, dense dark in the morning, you'll see them coming into our realm. You'll see them coming into our realm. So I can't say that these were fallen angels. Yeah, but you can see them. Absolutely.
Well, see, I'm a lot late, so when I do these, when I watch them, I go on top of a building, and so I have a really good view. And most of the time, it's kind of it's a lake over there, but surrounding me are buildings, like other buildings, and I can see it really, really well. Now, sometimes I can't see it with my naked eye, but I can see it through my camera. And it's amazing. I mean, wow.
See, even in the Bible, right? We see this over and over again, right? Let me get it real quick. It's in the Bible, but usually some of us can't see it as well as during ancient times. And the reason why we can't see it like they see it, because they have purposely lit up these particular cities with lights. So back,
I could see them kind of blending in with the light.
Yeah, but back in those days, there weren't these big city lights, really like light fogging out what comes from the realm from the darkness into our realm. Let me read it real quick here. Okay. Check this out. This is Christ. And you know what? I'm going to do a lesson, sister, on UFOs, archaeology, proof of, and I'm going to connect it with what's going on over there when it comes to Antarctica. And how the
I would love to hear that one.
And there's a connection between the Nephilim, who were, the gods who were first held in ice during the Ice Age, when the Most High put a firmament around the earth. And these are the original gods that are followed in the earth today. And check this out. Let me read this. I'm going to do that in the academy also, next academy. I'm going to make sure I do that. The truth about UFOs. And I'm going to add the Space Force thing in with it. So we already got 4 or 5 new lessons I'm going to add to it. John 1 and 41. John 1 and 51 says, this is Christ, sister. And he said, let me read it here. And he said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto you, hereafter you shall see heaven open, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. Now,
oh my goodness.
See, he's sending angels in, they're descending,
That's the
and
scripture
they
I was
are
looking
ascending.
for.
And sister, it happened during
Yes.
it happened during the time when Jacob fell asleep. Jacob ladder, where the well is, that's a portal where angels come in and out of the earth. And like I said the other day, what I've seen, I've never seen it like that ever in my life. It's happening.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you the other part of this too, Elder. And I wanted to get your opinion on it because I also
Christ
see,
is coming.
and I'm thinking that it's angels that are, you know how God has angels protecting the earth, right? Like until a certain time, right?
What you say?
Do you know? So you know, I can't think of what scripture, but I know that God has the angel protecting the earth, the grass, the trees, everything on the earth is being protected by them until a certain time.
What you're saying,
So,
what you're talking about in particular is Revelation 7. Revelation, when it talks about the four angels holding the four winds, so that the evil on earth don't destroy everything until a certain number of those that God has elected to be protected are sealed. That's Revelation 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I see and what I've been seeing is that there is, like, I've documented where there is a certain type of, there's darkness that covers it. Like I always look at buildings and I look at surrounding areas, but there is like a dark, call it, I'll say a mold or a fungus. That's what it looks like. But I've seen where it'll cover a huge building in like 6 minutes. And then I've also seen the heavenly bodies clean that building off.
Hey, and that's something.
And it happens on a daily basis. Like, it's not just on that building, it's all around me that I see it, but then I also see at night where they're cleaning it all off.
Well, thank you, sister. Thank you for
I
that.
noticed.
Those are good points. Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. I know. Hey, you're looking up, and that's important. Bless you, sister.
That is it.
Oh, yeah.
That is it. Well, thank you for letting me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I said, thank you for letting me share that with you.
Oh, you're welcome, Anaya. Thank you for sharing. Bless you. Bless you.
You're welcome.
And let me tell you, I believe that's the reason why, allegedly, they're putting metals and stuff and making gray skies so that we can't see what's really going on in the heavens. You look up in the sky every day, they try to make it a dense gray, like a covering, so that we're not mindful of what's going on beyond that covering. You look in the sky, it's almost this gray, dense, weird covering every day almost. It's like they're blocking the sky out so that we don't understand what's going on over the firmament. Folks, when I was growing up as a child, you can look up, you can stand there all day and look up beyond the ozone or the firmament and just see things playing and things moving at all times. The clouds, you can see the clouds being made into things and all that, right? It was like we were more in touch with the heavens growing up because they weren't spraying stuff and tic-tac-toe in the sky and blocking us from the Most High's heavenly work. But I'm gonna tell you, that day, that night, leading into first fruits, like I said, the sky was open. You can see the skies, and I just see something just like a star just come on down. And I'm like, whoa. And I sat there and looked at it. Incredible. Oh, let's see. I'm like, hey, these are signs. I'm gonna tell you. Christ says at the very end, we will see God's angels ascending and descending. Signs. All right, let's go to the next one. I'm only going to take a few more. 253 area code for those who've missed it and coming in. Thank you for being a part of this evening. It's nice tonight. We're getting those numbers back. Well over 2,000. We was about 2,500 up. And hopefully we get past that 3,000 mark like we used to regularly. We're creeping up at that number. And so Thank you all for your continual support, and we'll continue to bring key information from the heavens to give you insight to what the devil is doing down here. And a matter of fact, they also are covering up, brothers and sisters, Bill Gates scenarios now in the news connected with Epstein. Now, every time we get around Trump again coming into sight, a lot of these things begin to resurface concerning who was hanging out with Epstein at Epstein's Island. And I'm going to touch on that this coming Friday on Patreon. Right? So something is going on there, and we're going to talk about that because there's some accusations out there that that the media allegedly are trying to cover up. They're trying to claim that he was just dating this girl at a certain time, and that's when he met Epstein. This girl who played bridge from Europe, as if the scandal was he was actually in an adulterous relationship against his wife. I believe they would like to keep it there, but now proof is coming out that he was hanging out with Epstein well before that time period. So there's some warfare going on amongst the Satanists, and I'm going to talk about that this coming Friday, and what the implications of those things are prophetically. All right. Trevor has a question and or comment.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for having me on, brothers.
I appreciate
first time looking at you guys' show. First time seeing the show. Felt inspired to call in the spirit.
Oh, you mean this is the first time? Hold up. This is the first time you've seen our broadcast live?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Talk to us.
Okay.
Welcome.
So I'm curious, man, because I can remember before here. I remember before here, and I read the Holy Bible last year, and I found myself in that book. And it's a pretty incredible piece of history. It's a family book. It's not religion.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're right.
So how this all started was me and my brother and my buddy Derek are in the garage, and me and my brother we're drinking a little bit in the spirit, and my buddy Derek is listening to our stories and shit of our childhood and so forth growing up, and he's like, "Damn, man, you guys ain't never read the good book?" And I was like, I ain't never read that book, so on and so forth. And so my buddy Derek asks my brother certain questions, and my brother goes, "Well, I can remember before here." And I look over at my brother Bob, and I'm like, "Damn, doggy, I thought I was the only one that could remember before here, bro." Okay, well, go ahead with it. So he tells my buddy Derek,
okay,
that before he was here, he was in the second heavens. So for what I know him as, reading the good book and the luminaries. So a bright portal opens up with purple, blue, yellow, orange, and white in the background. Oh yeah. So he sees this entity far off. He said it's probably like a mile away or so, but at the speed of thought, it arrives to him. And he says that he's down on his, looking down. And then my brother looks up, and the entity has a lion's head with a man's body. And he puts his hand out to my brother, and my brother puts his hand out, and he's here. That's his story.
Oh, okay. That's
my story's a little.
Okay, though. That's an interesting.
A little different.
That's an interesting story. That's a story a friend gave you concerning his encounter, if we can say that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Sure enough.
Interesting.
So mine's a little different.
Okay,
so
go on.
I follow that story up, and I go, well, I can remember the very beginning. Yeah, go ahead. I remember when it was all white, when there was just dots of color, without void, but no form. And everything was love. I mean, pure love.
Okay, let me ask you a question before we go further with this, right? And I'm not casting nothing negative on it. I just need to know. With this conversation with your friends that you had, right? I don't know. Were there any and don't get insulted here. I'm just trying to ask a question. Was it was it any time psychedelics were involved?
Negative.
So there was no drugs, no nothing.
I've never done drugs. Personally.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about from your friend's side when it comes to his experience of something opening up with those things. Did he tell you whether or not that was under an influence, or he just said that's just something that happened?
No, it's my brother that's telling the story to my buddy.
All right. I'm just asking
Yeah.
because believe it or not, I've heard stories like that usually, but it was especially because me doing music, I used to hear people give me some stories of phenomenons, but it was usually them opening gates. But I'm glad that's not the case. Go on. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's not the case, brother.
Okay, well, okay.
So,
all right.
As I was saying, I can remember the very beginning.
Okay. When you
and I was the first one.
Listen, when you say you can remember the very beginning, this is you.
I can feel it.
That's you recalling when the earth was made.
That's before that.
Before that. You say these are things you feel.
Oh yeah.
Okay, go on.
It's pure love. It's pure love. It's all around you.
Okay.
No heartbeat. No heartbeat.
Okay.
But I can communicate with language just like you and I now. But I can't see. I can only see dots of color.
Okay.
And it was just me first.
Now let me ask you,
and then the dots of color later.
Well, let me ask you, what does this have to do with? Because I'm trying to connect this as a Bible study. Speaking of what we're talking about, the United States plans for outer space. If you were following our broadcast today, how do you tie these things in together? You're talking about.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting there.
Okay.
So after that, I'm looking for somebody. Looking for my wife. In form. And I find her. I find her in this cave. But the reason why I got drawn to the cave was because I seen something flying around above it. And so I go to the cave, and there's this old man at the front of the cave. He's in all gray. He's gray. He has long gray hair. And this is where everybody gets the white thing from, I think. I'm dark. And I got yellow hair. White, I guess you could say. Yellow, though. So is my wife. She's in a cage.
I'm sorry, brother, because we have limited time for the broadcast. If you can put that all into an email and send it to us, I'll be highly appreciated with going over this, and I'll put it together, put it all in your email, the whole thing, and call us back next week, and I'll see if I can connect it with the email you sent. But we're on limited time, and it's about 9:45, so I apologize for that. I waited as long as I could. Send it in an email for the rest of that, and I'll see if we can connect the dots together next week. My brother Trevor, I apologize. We went from the portal opening in different colors to a cave, a guy with gray hair, where your wife was also. It was in the beginning when there was just light. So, I'm about edifying. The greatest gift that we can have as teachers is to edify. And there's no way I could connect those dots this evening. So please send an email, and we'll see how we can connect this in the future. 347 area code. We have Louise with a comment.
Yes, all praises to the Most High. Shalom, Elder.
Hey, shalom.
My comment is on baptism.
Okay.
I just want to say Tawada, Elder, for leading me to the right path. I was baptized on May 7th.
Oh.
Right. At the age of 71.
Blessings. What church you were baptized through?
In the Bronx.
The Bronx. All praises. Those brothers do a great job there. Praise the Most High.
Yeah. Oh, the water. Yes, they were very strong men.
Yeah.
And the most thing that really got me was on Saturday, which was Sabbath, I was actually 72 years old that day. I just turned 72.
Happy
and
belated.
I received my baptismal certificate on my birthday.
Look at that. Praise the Most High. That's your real birthday. The real birthday is when you were born again, and to walk in newness of spirit. Praise the Most High. But go on.
I just wanted to say thank you for leading me into the right path. I am definitely in the academy.
Thank you.
Yes, I've been in it. I think this is my fifth academy.
So you keep coming back, huh?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Thank you. Bless you.
I just want to say I feel blessed, and I truly thank you. I want to say Tawada, Ahaya Bahashem, Yeshaya, Rawat, Kodash.
All praises be to the Most High. Thank you. And I'm sure you'll be in the next academy also. Right?
Most definitely.
Well, thank you, sister.
Most definitely. But I really, what I really wanted you to get on, the Bang Theory.
The what?
The Big Bang Theory.
The Big Bang Theory. You know what? We will cover the Big Bang Theory in our first week of lesson, the creation of the universe. We will highlight all the theories they claim that's out there of how everything claimed to be, and compare that with what the Bible's narrative. We will deal with the Big Bang Theory in the academy. Thank you. We'll highlight that specifically for you because I know others would like to hear about it. So yes, we'll go into the science of how they claim everything came to be, breaking down the Big Bang. And the question is, the question I have for the Big Bang theorists is in particular, who set the Big Bang off if the Big Bang happened?
Yeah.
Something had to make it bang, right? So we're going to talk about that in the next academy. All right. Thank you.
You have a blessed evening. Shalom.
All right. Shalom. Bless you. All praises be to the Most High. That's what it's all about. Thank you, sister. All right. All right. Veronica. We have a lot of sisters calling tonight, too. And Victor, you're next. We only have a few. We have a few more. Veronica has a comment. Then Victor has a question. Hi, Veronica.
Shalom.
How you doing, Veronica?
Hi, Elder.
How you doing?
I am blessed. I am blessed. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Loud and clear. I just have a comment. I just want to thank the Most High for putting you in my path. I've been following you guys for a few weeks now. I'm taking in every video that I can on YouTube and listening and learning. And I just want to thank the Most High for just really opening my eyes. Because through you guys, my eyes have been open. I mean, I've been asleep. I did not know this world was as wicked as it is. And through you, he opened my eyes. I was following another church, a Christian church.
Okay.
And the pastor there was, they were just saying a lot of things. But when they said it was no black people in the Bible, that we are the Gentiles, and it was just certain things he was speaking on, even when I read in the Bible. And like you brought one section I watched with you when you said that as priests that we supposed to come to the priest and settle our needs if we have an issue with, another brother or sister or whatever. And the preacher at that time was like, don't come to him. He's not settling anything. He told y'all before, no lending, no nothing. But God just opened my eyes and straightened me away from that area to you guys.
Praise the Most High.
I'm trying to get my family on board. I share it with my brother in California.
Yeah.
And everything. I don't want to push it on no one, because I just had a cousin, and I'm gonna tell you how the devil works. My cousin, we speak, and she was like, "Oh, what, you following the Israelites?" I'm like, "Yes, you are an Israelite." And she was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go." And she hung up the phone. And then tonight, as you were speaking, she called again. The devil tried to interrupt. And she was on the phone. She was like, "Well, call me back when you finish with that jump." I said, "Look at the devil, but nothing going to stop me."
All right.
Nothing going to stop me, because when I read the Bible now, I have more insight.
Good.
My eyes are open.
Good.
And I just wanted to make that comment. I am a Patreon. I'm working on getting into the academy.
Come on.
I am working on getting into the academy.
Come on.
I'm trying to learn as much as I am, because I'm going. If they don't follow, I'm going to be a blessing to my family through you guys, from the Most High.
Yeah, there's more than one way to deal with it. You can get it, and you can convey it as needed amongst your people until they come around. Right now, but
till they come around.
Yeah, it's okay. The Most High can use you. So as long as you do what you need to do with the talent the Most High have given you, through time your family may see. I mean, but I tell you what, it's a blessing that you've come to the light. But be careful out there, because there's a lot of haters who have tagged our video to get recognition, to try to hate.
Exactly.
And like I said, listen, I tell the haters, listen, they hated Christ before he hated us, and get one of those little tickets and stand in line, because if you're teaching the truth, there'll be a line filled with haters. So you fairly new.
And I'm ready.
Sister, so what I'm saying is be careful out there, because they're going to try to mix their videos in mine to try to dissuade you. I would say ignore them. Stay on the path until you're rooted. Okay?
I know them because I see a lot of them with the gathering, but I look for the gathering 144. If I don't see you a lawyer, as mainly of the faces, when I go through the videos, I bypass them.
Good idea. Good idea.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah.
And another thing, I do want to, I sent out 2 emails. I heard on one lesson, it was old, but, I seen it where somebody asked, no, actually it was a live broadcast last week when a young lady asked about an email how to join the body, because in Jacksonville, I'm like an hour away from Jacksonville, whether it's an hour, 2 hours or whatever. I sent out 2 emails, and I want to do, the body. So if you can have someone to get back with me on it, to know where I could go fellowship with the body here. I'm on the Sabbath. I'm wanting to do that as well.
Okay. All right. So Veronica, let me put this down, and I'll have Elder Fresnel reach out to you. Abunazar. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, sister. And hey, welcome to the body.
Thank you, and may the Most High continue to bless you and continue to rise your numbers as high as you want them to be. So we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to keep praising the Most High.
Well, thank you, sister, and bless you. Shalom.
Bless you. Shalom.
Okay. Victor has a question. Been waiting patiently. How are you doing, Victor?
Yes, I'm good, elders. Thank you for having me. I just had a question with the about the 10 heavens, and why is the second and fifth heaven described basically as like hell, basically?
Well, you have to realize, and I'm glad you're going into that, but I'll go more I'll go into that in the book of Enoch more so, because what you have to realize, brothers, that it's a different scenario from our realm compared to the spiritual realm. The same way you have the bosom of Abraham, where you have the fire in the middle, but then you have those being tormented on one side, but the righteous is in profound quiet in the earth. even though it's one realm, it's two separate things going on at the same time. Well, that's how it is. Yeah, exactly. They intertwine into one another. Like the Gregory is the fallen ones who are right over the firmament in a part of hell, which is a different part of heaven. So there's levels of hell like there is in heaven. So that's why you'll see on these levels, this is happening, but that's happening too, right? So it's really levels, and it's really things that are going on within that realm than it is levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. They're all really intermingled, but it's in spiritual order from one heaven to the next. But it's all torment and righteousness until we get to the throne where there's all righteousness. Okay, there's Gregory who's sealed on one of the heavens, who's in torment and crying, knowing that they cannot enter into heaven, waiting for a judgment. So I guess I need to break down the heavens.
That's why. That's why I was about to ask you.
Let me write it down.
Would you do a Yes, sir.
Yeah, the heavens.
Yeah, if you could do a class on the 10 heavens.
Okay, the 10 heavens. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
The 10 heavens. We'll do so.
And then I just said, wanted to see if you guys have anything out here in Colorado.
And we do have something in Colorado, actually. A matter of fact, we were looking at to set up a permanent gathering there. We have only a few brothers there. But what part of Colorado?
I'm in Colorado Springs.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me write down your info. Colorado. And your name is Victor, right?
Yes, sir.
How old are you, Vic?
35.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call you up myself, but do me a favor, Vic. Send an email to GOCCSouth, SOUTH, at yahoo.com. I'm going to have Elder Lawyer follow up so we can correspond and get you with the gathering, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Hey.
All right, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Yeah, it's time. We need to go into that so we can talk about the levels of heaven. It's different than seeing it from our realm, okay, where it's really 3-dimension compared to how levels exist in the spiritual realm simultaneously and how it's separated according to what was shown Enoch. I'm going to go into that. Marcus has a question.
Yes, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Brother Marcus.
All right. I got a question. Well, it's about gold.
Yes.
And I already asked, a few members of the body about it, and other people outside the body, and everybody's like, gold won't go. Like the value of gold will never leave, or the value of gold will never it would never fall out of value.
Yeah. What you're saying is that there'll always be value in gold regardless of currency. To have some of that can be utilized as a form of bartering when the mark of the beast is instituted, right?
Yeah, I guess you just answered my question. Yeah, you answered it because I was thinking if the mark of the beast, if the currency turns digital and you have to get the mark to even buy or sell anything, then who would you take your gold to? Because you couldn't go to stores. So would you take your gold to other people who's gardening and raising goats and cows and stuff?
Let me hit you with something. Mm-hmm. In the red states that are predominantly Republican, in which there are farms in those areas, they're already practicing what you and I are talking about in preparation for what's to come up there near the Amish. They're already doing it in the areas. They're trading right now. Like if I have chickens and someone have cows, I can do an exchange with eggs or something and get cheese, milk, whatever I would like. Raw milk. They're already practicing it. They're already practicing all of these measures right now, knowing what's coming. So it's best. The greatest. I'm gonna tell you a currency that's greater than gold.
What?
Will be grain and food. And this
I
is
thought about that.
this is how Joseph was able to sustain the earth during the time of the 7-year famine, and the kingdoms surrounding Egypt had to bring in their gold, starving for food, because gold can only take you so far, with you not being able to eat gold. So what's going to be more expensive, a bowl of rice or your little gold nugget? So the whole deal is to put your to put yourself in position to have the greatest reason, the greatest barter negotiating tools at that time, and that's food.
Right, because yesterday or the day before, I told my mom, I was like, because, I don't know about buying the gold, but I was like, what if I just stock up on a whole bunch of like seeds of all different kinds of food?
There you go. But listen, there's a word they call, there's a word that's used in the financial areas. You must diversify. Have a little bit of everything. Have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, because you never know what you'll need to get out of a scenario, right? So if you need some gold, as far as something tangible for an emergency to get you out of a jam, make sure you have that. Pieces of silver, have that. But have a lot of food. So diversify.
Yeah.
So don't lean one towards one side or the other. Just spread it out based on what your money can actually afford to have a little bit of everything.
Right.
Diversify.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Thanks for that. And one more, and then I'm done.
Okay.
Well, this is kind of off, but it's about, I think it's I don't know if it's Azazel or one of the fallen angels is like like he's bound under a pyramid.
Yeah, Azazel was buried under the great in the desert Dudael, and it's believed, according to some legends, that his name was turned to a god to be worshipped under the Great Pyramid by the name of Osiris. And there's a great stone placed down where the angels moved that stone to hold Azazel there, which is Osiris in the Great Pyramid. And the elites of the earth, even Barack Obama, you can look at that on YouTube, went to the Great Pyramid, and they all go there to pay homage and to worship the scapegoat, who's who's Azazel, the fallen angel of technology. Don't forget, it was Azazel who taught the workings of all the things that metals and all these other things that would bring technology to the earth, for warfare. So yes, he's worshipped as the god Osiris in the Great Pyramid. And I know most Egyptians try to look to that as something to celebrate. Well, listen, we did this and we made this technology in Egypt and all that, paying homage to the fallen angels who's going to get smashed upon Christ when Christ returns. And those pyramids will be beat to powder. They'll be like mountains crumbling when Christ returns. And the fallen angels will be judged, in those areas. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Some of those idols are already crumbling.
Yeah. Well, and again, I got one more phone. I got two more phone calls. I'll tell you this. The pyramids of Cairo are gates into hell.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Like was Azazel, was he right under the rock, or was it like a portal leading to him in hell?
Well, it tells us that the angels in the book of Enoch bound him and slid a rock there. to hold them there until the day of judgment. And
okay, so
yeah.
at least they just come and like knock on the rock and talk to him while he's under there.
I haven't read that. I don't know what they're going to be saying to him.
Okay.
I know that when Christ was crucified, he went into the earth and preached to those souls which were disobedient before the flood, like we read in the epistles. So Christ spoke to them one face to face and said, "Okay, the King is here, and when I return, I'm gonna bound you and throw you into the fire." In the final judgment, through the final judgment. So Christ spoke to them face to face during the 3 days in the earth, during that 3 days. Okay?
All right, then, Elder.
All right?
All right.
Well, thank you, my brother. Bless you. Yes. And again, for those who don't know, the Israelites, we did not build those pyramids over there. Those pyramids, when you do the history of those pyramids, okay, those pyramids are pre-flood constructs, especially the Great One. And there's proof that there was water erosion on the pyramids, okay, which means they made it through the flood, okay. The gods or the fallen, not the fallen ones, but the angels built those pyramids, okay. And it's connected to what? The stars. The courses of the luminaries when it comes to keeping time and all that. Man, we had nothing to do with that. Those were angelic constructs. Okay? 757, they are angelic constructs. 757 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you doing, Deborah or Deborah? How are you?
I am well. Blessed by the best. I wanted to say that sometimes, during the night, and I'm not somebody to dream, and every once in a while I do have one, or I have a vision, and I'm awakened through the night, sometimes around maybe 3:30, 2 o'clock, and given instructions to go outside. The Spirit tells me to go up and look up.
Okay.
And close to morning, it's a very beautiful thing to see the angels come in.
Mm-hmm.
It is just awesome. It is. You know, when you say it comes in, how they come into the realm?
Yeah.
It's like an illumination. I'm in a place where you can see it illuminate.
Mm.
And it's a very beautiful thing to see. It is. And I can resonate with what you said you just experienced.
Yeah.
As far as I guess a so-called maybe meteor or shooting star. Maybe is that what you saw or did you see?
Well, what I've seen, and usually I'm not out that time of morning. I'm usually asleep. It seemed like I seen something, a light coming into this realm out of darkness, and I looked at it, and it was big and bright, just coming in. If you look at it, it looked like it even had wings in the back of it, coming down, light. The same day of first fruits that morning. Huh?
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I see.
And so another thing,
and
I know you're trying to finalize everything here, but I wanted to speak on, it looks like, that can is just about raggedy being kicked down the road. I'm going to go back all the way to about maybe 2019.
Okay.
And I just want to say this to everybody up here. This is the time when you can't panic.
Yeah.
Because it's getting ready to get busy out here. Is this everything that you talked about tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is real. This is real.
It's about to happen.
It is. It is real.
It's about to happen. I'll tell you. And you're right on, sister.
It's about to happen.
You're right on.
It's about to happen.
Yeah.
You said when you played the music, from the theme, Star Trek, I knew right away, because that's my era. I won't tell my age, but when you played the music, I'm thinking, is this why Spock and all ears are so sharp and pointed? He's been waiting around for this very time.
Yeah.
So can you hear everything that's getting ready to happen?
But you look at
What's his name? Spock?
Believe it or not, Spock and all them those weird looking creatures were really what you would call celestial beings as well as Nephilim beings that they made into characters to bring them into characters through Hollywood to be celebrated when it's really evil entities. And these are evil entities that will worship through the occult. But anyway, hey, like I mentioned earlier, you know, it seems as if they're going to bring a lot of what they were dealing with when it comes to angelic connection to government and all these other things. They're going to begin to bring it to light and tell everyone that they've always been guided or connected with what they call aliens. And that's what I introduced earlier. That's what I showed earlier, that they're going to eventually no longer hide it and say, we've been operating with these so-called beings for the longest, and they're going to bring it to light soon. It's going to be brought to light that the governments are in bed with the devil. Okay. In a nutshell. All right. Thank you.
In a nutshell. And finally, I noticed the newcomers up here, and I didn't know whether. I just wanted to know your experience, and this is in short here. When you and maybe a couple of elders and bishops or whomever went overseas, can you tell me in short? And so once you reach and step foot on grounds, over in the Holy Land, what is your take on it? How did you feel? What was your experience? Maybe the first 2 or 3 days.
My experience going into all those areas, one thing I recognize overseas is that there is a higher sense of connection when it comes to thought.
Okay.
When it comes to thought within the understanding of the Bible, the closer you get to the East, the more clear things are in those areas. The further we go west, it doesn't resonate the same. It's like we're further away from that initial spirit that said, you know what? The Most High, when he came down on Mount Sinai, he was in the east. When the sun comes up, it's the east. It's the highest vibration between the heavenly realm and this realm. And there's no doubt about it. Keep in mind, even though we got the name of the Most High of the baptism here, 12 lost tribes found, dropping from Babylon, Rome to America, all those deep lessons. When it came to the secrets of the times, finding out the real times, and finding out what year we're truly in, and the 364-day schedule that we've been on since the Most High have given it, I don't believe none of that information could have came if we weren't so close over there in connection with where it happened. Because it's easy, it's more simpler to understand it because time was being kept from that time, from over there.
From that.
Yeah. So believe there is a different spirit when it comes to clarity and understanding over there. And the further you go west, the more it's lost. America,
I can feel that.
America
I believe
is a lost cause.
That's a lost cause. And I truly believe that. I was speaking with someone, from different parts of Africa the other day.
Yeah.
And they're having two weathers. The sun is actually coming out and it's raining at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, hard.
I mean, there's so many, there's so many beautiful phenomenons over there. And I'm gonna tell you, this is what they're warring for over there, because the greatest pH balance of water is the water that's flowing under Lebanon. And I'm talking about healing water till this day that belongs to us. And really, it's going to come down to, now that the waters are poisoned, Esau and others were looking to take that land so that they can have the only good source of water left. So we're even going to go into a point of a famine, and this is what they are posturing. The government is posturing for. It's to protect the water sources for themselves while the other people are starved out with poisoned water. So
I believe that's another thing I want to talk about since you brought that up. What's over there? Water wars. Okay,
Wormwood.
Thank you, sister. I really appreciate it.
The Bible says.
Oh yeah, but I'm gonna tell you,
Right.
the water's great over there. Everything. Why you think, folks? Even though Africa is great, why do you think the Jewish people aren't claiming to be Africans but want Israel? Why do you think so? So they listen. Their scientists will even go find some old bones and say, we found them in Africa. Keep on claiming that while we take the Holy Land. Thanks again, sister. Bless you.
That's right.
All right.
And I waited your call back ago, and I don't know what to look for. And this is my third request. This is a little confidential. I didn't know if I could receive a call for just a personal, family issue.
Okay. Did you send an email already?
I didn't see. I don't know what is the process now, because it could have changed. So that I should email you.
Yes, because lawyer can remind me. I'm dealing with so much right now. So even though I put in call Deborah,
you're dealing with a lot more now.
Yeah, but it's fine. But send an email to goccSouth@yahoo.com, and we'll schedule some.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, and elder lawyer will convey that to the person, Shawan, who actually works my schedule and everything, and we'll put it in. Because I'm bombarded right now, sister. All right, but I will call you.
You would give me a call, and then you said and I give you that name, and of course I have a pen name because not too long ago, I had gotten a call. I was having technicalities with my phone.
Well, let me call.
And I was having
Well, let me get back with you, Deborah, because I'm about to fade out.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Okay. All right.
I know you're getting ready to finalize everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And I just wanted to say one more thing, and I just wanted to tell, I know they're pretty much maybe I'm somebody, not that I tell my age, but I do want to remind maybe some of the young in here, the youth, and all, because, you hear everything now. Sometimes you hear negativity or whatever. You have to be reminded. I'm up in age, okay? Not that I tell or whatever. Me and you are running close together in age, I'm thinking. But I want to remind the youth and all that getting old is a privilege. Many are denied of that. So I just wanted to leave that, and sometimes they have to be reminded. I mean, that's the only way that you're not going to become old and all is you leave out of here, but getting old and all is a privilege. Many are denied of that.
You're right on, sister.
So I just wanted to leave that with the youth,
Well, thank you.
because sometimes, sister, you see disrespect.
Well, sister, thank you for your words of wisdom. I got to go. All right. I don't want to cut you off.
All right.
All right. Bless you.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Deborah. Last call for this evening, 562 area code. Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Pretty good. I have a comment and I have a few questions. My first comment is, I wasn't even going to call, but when you talked about that you saw the light coming into the earth, it is so crazy because just at least 3 weeks or possibly a month ago, I'm in the Bay Area. I'm driving home from at about 11 p.m. at night, just driving, and it's a big light, and it's big and it's green, and it just flashes down like towards Silicon Valley. And and I'm like, it was at least 3 seconds. It was at least 3 seconds. So it was enough for me to see, and then it flashed away.
Man,
so
listen.
When you said that,
yeah, I regret that I didn't have my phone right on me, because I would have grabbed that thing and with the camera. Everyone should have seen what I seen. But it seems as if the closer we get to crisis coming, especially in the morning time, if you could be out there early in the morning, these sightings are happening more prevalent in the earth for those who are looking.
Yes, sir.
Where it says at the very end, signs of crisis coming, we'll see the angels of God ascending and descending, and we're seeing it. Yeah, we're seeing it. But go on. What else you have?
Wow. Okay.
The signs.
So then I have a question. So then the question is, what satellite radios do you recommend that the body can possibly get, or which ones that you have, or anybody that can recommend satellite radio?
Well, there's different companies, right? I would just say, just do your research and look into, because I don't have them on me right now. And your Rock has mine, that the one that's on, and we have another one that we have to actually get, do the contract to get that on also. So we have two of those. So I don't have the brand with me, right? Your Rock, you have to bring it to me tomorrow anyway. But
Okay.
but look into
those more or
satellite
less
radios.
like
Look into satellite telephones, and look into the best. Go into the best quality. Just type in best quality satellite phones. All right, and also read the reviews on it, because you make sure it have high reviews, and and that a lot of those are more so military grade and all that. And believe it or not, the bill isn't that cheap to have one of these phones, and you must do it under contract. But believe me, it's something that we'll need to have when these cell phones no longer work. All right, so
Yep.
all right, so you have to
Yes,
make
sir.
sure
And then
make sure you have one, right, to be able to communicate with someone in other cities. So have a list of people you need to contact in case your phone isn't working, but theirs are. And also make sure you have another person in someplace else, in a remote area or whatever, in another state, who may have a satellite phone that you can contact in the case of emergency if all the phones go out. So it's best to have two of those on one contract, and have one phone one place and one another to be able to contact if need be. All right. Okay.
Yes, sir. All praises. All
Yeah.
praises. And the last question.
Yeah.
Now forgive me because I may have this wrong. It's not a scripture, but I'm asking, who was the Israelite that bruised the heel of the dragon or the beast? And do you know when was that? I know that they went into Rome.
Okay, what are you talking about? Are you talking about in the book of when you go into when it says he shall bruise his head and he shall bruise and he shall bruise his heel. That's prophesying Christ destroying the Roman Empire, the serpent. It's talking about Christ stomping the serpent. Yes. Exactly.
Okay, I thought it was something where where it says that the beast was wounded and then now it had regained its strength.
Oh, you're talking about what you're talking about is not that. What you're talking about when it tell you that when it says his deadly wound was healed, right?
Yeah.
Well, don't forget who destroyed the serpent initially, because Christ came into the earth, right? He became a sacrifice, and at that point, what? Satan had no more access into the throne, and he began to destroy our people, starting in Jerusalem and beyond the earth, right? So that happened at the Roman Empire at the time. That's why Christ was born into the Roman Empire, to be the one who would do what? To begin the destruction of it. Right?
Okay.
So he wounded Rome by bringing forth the gospel within it. So now the pagans had a splinter within their government, because our people began to convert them into Christ's way, our life. And that began to wound the Roman Empire, Christ's ministry. Right?
Okay.
But then when America was founded, her deadly wound was healed now as America, as an extension. But it was Christ who wounded it, because out of Christ came the disciples. It also came what? The divide, when our people as generals began to turn against the Roman Empire. Septimius Severus, Persinius Niger, so that we could now have our own empire within their empire during the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
And this is where you have black nobility. You have the kings of Scott and all of that. The original Prince Charles and all that were us. Okay, but then you had the Germans, which were the Wesson family, who came in after we fell and assumed those names under what we call today the British royalty. So that deadly wound was healed when they made America, but it was Christ's ministry that began the political divide that led to our people freeing ourselves for a time to set up nobility over in Europe. And I'll be going into that in more detail. Yeah. Okay.
And just the black nobility. Just, do you know what time? Because I just recently watched the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my goodness, where's, and I know you said that in some time back, and I just looked at it, just saw it, just came across it, and I said, oh my gosh, let me look at this. And so I was like, okay, where was the black nobility? I'm just trying to piece up the time. See,
but
where were we?
I'm going to go into that. They try to claim that the Dark Ages was 1,000 years, but it wasn't. Mm-mm. The Europeans actually added 300 years to their time. Okay? So we're not in the year 2023. That's a lie. They added time during the time of the Dark Ages into the Western world Americas and conspired. The Roman Empire was behind this, adding characters into history of Europe that didn't exist, like Charlemagne allegedly and others who didn't exist, to repeat stories over and over again to fill in an extra 300 years on our current calendar. So no, there wasn't 1,000 years during the Dark Ages. It was more so around 700 years that we were there over in Europe for a time ruling. All right, and I'm gonna try to put that together with some charts to show there's a thing called the phantom hypothesis. Okay, where it was a Jewish guy who came into it and started to realize the patterns of the same history in Europe, using different characters to fill in time periods that really didn't exist. Okay, it's called the phantom hypothesis, and it leans into Daniel 7:25, where it states they shall think to change times and laws. They added 300 years. Okay.
Wow.
And so, a matter of fact, secrets of the times. I have to go into secrets of the times again. Let me write that down and refresh all of those. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just writing it down as a reminder because we have to really bring some of these things back out because it has historical, archaeological, and some theoretical insights to a lot of these things I'm talking about when it comes to time. And since we're going into archaeology and history, I might as well add this as one of the pieces we go into next Academy. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I truly appreciate that. It was Septimius and...
Septimius Severus and Pescennius Niger. These were two black generals high within the Roman Empire who caused a splinter.
Wow.
Who helped break Rome.
I appreciate that, sir.
And out of those came the black nobility over Europe for a time, leading to King James and others. Okay? Think I have, there you go right there.
Sir.
Okay? There you go. Right there. You can't get a John Travolta out of that one. Okay? I'm putting it up there for everybody to see. All right? There, that's the original King James, a brother. You don't get no flyer than the gear he have on right there. And it's actually from a book I have right behind me. He sat on 3 thrones at once, spoke many languages. That's the original King James. And just like anything, when people want to shame black men, they try to demonize black men great men by calling black men gay. That's an old Roman ploy to demonize black men. He was not gay, okay? That's another lie. He had wife, many children. Another lie, okay? There go that brother right there. Not the whitewash image that you can't even make out. See, they couldn't whitewash this image, brother. You know why? Because it was actually drew on on cloth, on linen. So if they would have attempted to whitewash this, they would have messed the whole thing up. They couldn't whitewash this one. And then, okay, so since they couldn't whitewash it, they say, you know what, we're going to demonize them with the Bacon family and make some stories as if the satanic Jesuit Bacon family was actually operating during the time of King James to claim he was a homosexual. Liar, liar. Liar, liar. King James was not gay. That's another lie. And it seems as if they want to protect all types of European nobility. But yet, why there's no people out there amongst the English in Europe protecting King James' honor by proving he wasn't a gay man? Why out of all the people of Europe, you allow this man to be deemed gay or homosexual? Okay? There go your original King James right there. All right? Uh-huh. See? We need to get Denzel Washington to play it. There you go right there. Boom. There it is. All right, thank you, my brother.
I appreciate you, sir.
That concludes our broadcast for this evening. Before I do that, I need to make sure all of you hear Brother Eric's 1 second, let me pull it up. He did his own play or composition on To Zion. Let me hear what he did. Let me hear. Brother Eric.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
Good night, lawyer.
Yes, sir. Good night.
ahead, Eric.
Give me the strength to stand to Zion.
Boy, we're going to sing that all the way into Zion. And last but not least, the warning to the stars. Good night. You can go to space if you want to. A higher's going to bring you down. Shalom.
At the bottom with my hand on your heel. When I walk strong enough to put my hand on your ear. And nobody knows me better than my nostrils. So when I say something, boy, best believe I prosper. Ariaka Ball came and caught him off a girl while you was drunk off of alcohol, partying like a star. That money tree scared cause he saw me with a saw. Standing tall, trying to cut you down. Sorry, I'm in charge. You messing with the line rat. This ain't no scaredy cat. Trying to catch me unexpected, baby. I'm expecting that. Bet you that you don't wanna come down to my level. I'ma humble you. One you won't walk around with a shovel. You don't regard the poor, probably why they wanna jack you. They tie the bird feet, scraps probably gonna crack around the earth for a work. You would think that this fool's fine, like you're traveling to space to go and steal a moonshine, but I'ma bring you down.
Shining for a while, living above the clouds.
And I'ma bring you down.
Ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground. With a light of bright, try to live in the sky. I'ma bring you down.
Rich folks got me walking like a madman. Never really wanna see your brother stand up. I'm posted up like a lampstand. I bring them down like a champ, man. By day pride, I see in their eyes that I'm the last man. I bring them down like the two twin towers. One up on and introduce you to my two twin powers. Walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Worst enemies, my enemies, so I be mad at myself. Y'all made me this way. Today is this day. That nobody gon' stop me, y'all disable this fate. The queen of Babylon don't wanna play with this. A King Kong ready for war, you ain't gon' make an escape. Equip banana clip lasers, tasers, but just wait. I get revenge at the end, so you making a mistake. Strap tails, prepared and heavy, ready for that day. Checkmate anybody that wanna step in my way, cuz
you've been shining for a while, living above the clouds. But I'ma bring you down, ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground. With a light of bright, try to live in the sky. But I'ma bring you down, ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground.
Hey, yo, I'm on a mission, grab your shoes and run with me. The cops on my tail, but I'm moving real swiftly. It's like they got rabies on them things, make it itchy. But I ain't gonna stop till them suckers come and get me. I'm taking down the stars, all the stars in the industry. They try to take me once, but them suckers couldn't get with me. They took my brother through, but they said it didn't matter, be they lied on me. All the ish they said was blasphemy. So bow down your head and get ready for a tragedy. I'm coming for your heart, death won't come dramatic. I'm finna sling my blade like Sice game, it's ecstatic. See you guys when I get there, you lanes gon' fit. So listen to the flow that I'm kicking in the air. And that's just part of my cross, I got a big. Cause I'm from the streets, my pop's on a higher level. They know for melting cats and playing with heavy metal.
You've been shining for a while, living above the clouds. But I'ma bring you down, ain't gonna stop till you're on the ground. With a light of bright, try to live in the sky. But I'ma bring you down.